And hello everyone. Welcome to the live stream. How are you doing? How you doing? We're still here at the Ogresses. Oh. Welcome everyone. Hi the Relic. Hi. Oh wow, your name actually has hi in it, so it's hi, I am Sunshine 3. Welcome to the chat, everyone. I just found out Samsung Fold 5 can split screen mobile and your stream. That is awesome. Oh man, what's wrong? Hi bro, hi N7, how's it going? What's all man? What's wrong? Did I say your name wrong? How many kills so far? That is a great question. We are... Ooh! Yeah, that one hurt a little. We got our 100 Ogress Shaman kills, and then... We're at 1,793 Ogress Warrior kills. We are officially dry, and not by a small amount. We are almost 1.5 times... No, we're over 1.5 times drop rate right now. It's a little chilly this morning, so I do have my little throw blanket over top, if any of you are wondering. Yeah, oof, that's just a little bit over. And that's the thing, is this could go so long, or it could be over this drop. It really just, I don't know yet. We are currently just using our Addy Halberd. It does take a little longer for the kills, but I'm just warming up for the day, just starting out. So I figured we'd start with something simple so I could pay attention to any audio bugs or audio glitches that are going on, because I'm really not sure what's going on. Stream, yeah, hey, row your boat, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. So, we have a few things to talk about today, actually. Also, make sure to keep hydrated. You know the rules. We got quite a few really interesting topics today. One, no audio since I'm in meetings, but I'm sending you my RMG for the mask. Well, thank you, row your boat. I appreciate it. We do have some interesting things, so you might want to turn that audio back on one day. Not that you can hear me right now. Well, thank you very much for being here, regardless. So, yeah, we got some interesting things to talk about. One, the future of this grind. 2, live streaming, the live streaming poll. It's blinking out of existence again. There's a poll that I had in the last video. By the way, how did you like the last video? I think it went pretty well. I think it was enjoyable enough, possibly. I don't know. How did you like the last video? I posted it one day 17 hours ago. How'd that one work out for you? Yeah, it was a fun video to make. I enjoyed making that one. Very well edited, thanks. I'm trying to improve my editing still. There are still several things that I want to do. Like there's this little black line that appears. Actually, you know what? We're gonna show you. Hold on. This would be actually kind of interesting to show you. I'm going to boot up my editing software real quick. And I'm going to show you the previous episode and something that I missed. That once you see it, it's going to become very apparent and obvious, but it's something that I missed until post-upload, and then by then it already started to get viewers, and if you remove and then re-upload something, it's like really bad for the algorithm, so you really can't do that. But yeah, hold on. Let me just show you something interesting. Curved bone grind, right? Not anymore. We got the curved bone. We are a little bit ahead from the video. I noticed it, but I didn't see it. Yeah, someone did notice it. Let me just bring this up real quick. It takes a little bit. Affinity. I use DaVinci Resolve, and it takes a second. There's the editing software right there. You can notice it whenever my character is... Hold on.
Now, why?
Right here. So, let's go later into the video and find another green screen moment. Love the series, brother. That is Well, thank you. Here we go. So, when I have my character, just to give you an idea, the raw footage of that character looks... Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Looks like this. Okay? This is what the raw footage looks like. I then have to take that, condense it, move it around. The problem is because this is green screened, what happens is right on the edge of... Yeah, you can see it right there. Right on the edge of where the screen would normally be, you see this little black line. And that little black line shows up, and I can remove it, but it's hard to tell which scene... Like, it's you try to do it to every scene, but you do miss out. And for some reason, this episode, I just missed out on that little... Hold on, let's expand this a little. There we go. This right there, that little line appears, and it's really annoying. But there's nothing I can really do about that. That's... Like, it's avoidable, but it's difficult to find. Anyways, so there are a few little things like that that I know I need to improve on. There's also... Let's see. I am planning on adding more cinematic... Reyna? You jump scaring me here? I saw you there for a second. Yeah, that was something that I noticed, is that, yeah, there's another one. You can see the line. You can tell that this layer right here is above the green screen layer, so it doesn't appear above that. If you look, the black line... Oh, wait, hold on. Whoop, there we go. If you notice, the black line comes through here, and it doesn't show up when I'm mentioning this, but it's below as well. That's because that's how the layers worked. It's... I know it doesn't stop people from watching, but it's a source of... It's a source of pride and quality as a creator to try to make everything a little bit better than the last. And noticing things like that's a real punch in the gut for myself. Knowing that I could have made something better that was relatively easy to fix, but I just forgot about it. I wouldn't say it was because I was lazy about it, though. It was more just a Freudian slip, almost. So, besides that editing, we do have some fun stuff to talk about, as I said. We have stream dates. Stream dates are going to be changing a little bit because... Oh, blinking out of existence again. Because of the polls. Last episode, there was an accompanying poll in the post tab, and there is definitely a certain schedule or date that works better for the majority of people. Currently we have Tuesdays and Fridays, and let's bring up the votes right here. That was actually our least popular day at 16%, which is unfortunate, because I kind of do like this. However, Mondays and Thursdays, which is very similar-ish, is going to be the winner, it looks like, by a good margin. Wednesday and Friday is also kind of close second, which maybe it's... I don't know if it's because of the Friday. Maybe I re-poll this with just the Wednesday, Friday, or Monday, Thursday options. What do you think? We'll leave you a second to comment here if you're actively listening here. What do you think of Monday, Thursday for stream dates? Would that work for any of you, or would I be losing all of you? Because that would be awful. I don't want to lose all of you guys because the stream dates are a little different. I feel like Friday is best. People can hang out for the start of the weekend. Yeah. I got no preference. So maybe I re-poll one for Monday and Friday. Or maybe Tuesday and Friday. No, Tuesday, Friday, lost. Do what suits you. Well, that's the thing, is all of these suit me. I have really... Yeah, so for work schedule, I am now a almost full-time content creator. So I work Thursdays to pay for rent. And then everything else is actually this. It's amazing. The first video of ChunkMist did so well that it was able to stockpile a little bit of funds for me, so I have several months worth of funds to be able to work with. So that's super cool. So basically, with Saturdays off, because that's work, and Sundays being, let's not do a Sunday stream. That's a little, I don't want to take up your weekend. You don't want to spend weekends, or let's ignore the Saturday, Sunday, okay? But Monday through Friday, I can really do streams anytime. Anytime. One of my next polls was going to be the time of day as well. Because right now it's, 11 o'clock or so my time, but I know y'all are all around the world. I know there's a lot of you that are in New Zealand and Australia. Living the dream, no kidding. It's definitely a low budget living the dream, but I have a very, very good, I've always been good at budgeting and stuff like that. So I've been very good on lower incomes and budgeting. So, yeah, living the dream is 100% correct. I am finally 95% of the way to where I really want to be, right? I'm still at that point where, if a video underperforms, it's like, well, am I going to be able to afford the right kinds of foods that are healthy or not? So it's right on that fence line of, am I going to have another university style ramen month, or will I be able to afford occasional fruits and veggies with the price of food nowadays, especially here in Canada? It's insane. Oh my gosh, it's like $3 for a cucumber. And that's not an organic GMO-free cucumber. That's just off-the-shelf cucumber, full of all the pesticides you'd expect to come with a cucumber. A bag of carrots. That's those are my those are my real sources of veggies, so to speak. Relix got a mystery box on my Chunk account. Any guesses? Oh, you're getting a lamp. You're getting a lamp, the Relic. I think you're getting a lamp. You're getting a lamp from that mystery box. That's my guess. So yeah, we've got the polls for streaming. Lucky Relic. Yeah, Relic is lucky. I'm Relix. That's Relic. Relic there. 'Twas a cabbage. Oh no. Actually, no, I'm kidding. Oh, hey. Fun little thing. We just hit 1,800 Ogress warrior kills. That is officially 50% dry, 1.5 drop rates on the warriors, excluding the shamans. We are now exactly... Oh no! You can't just drop 5,650 nature runes on the ground. That's troll, Reyna. That's troll. Don't do that. That's mean. That's a mean... Oh, dirty. If only I had telekinetic grab, I could de-iron immediately and grab those. No. Oh, that's dirty. Meanie. That's funny. Whoa, 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 whoa. Running everywhere. What's going on? Okay, back to our spot. So, yeah, we have... Let's see. In regards to schedule, I'll watch if I miss, so it doesn't matter to me. Fair enough. Started to eat healthier, and it's definitely not cheap. Yeah, eating healthy is not cheap. Finally a break from the mines. Wait, I thought you were, Reyna, I thought you were, doing, Guardians of the Rift. You took a break from Rift to go to do some mines? That's, ooh, spooky. Oh, if any of you don't know, last night was kind of an interesting moment. We had like 4 random people. Like, we had Reina's friend, another person. They were throwing cards at me. It was just chaotic, and it wasn't on stream. It was just out of nowhere. Just a bunch of people decided to gather down here and toss cards at me. Ooh, that is a good drop. That is cosmic runes and a rune medium. That is, I want more of those. That would be great. Cosmic runes, nature runes, they're all so helpful. Haha, you got, oh no. You can't run from Posty Pete, Reina. You can't run from Posty Pete. Molly needs you. Yeah, so, stream schedule. I'm going to be moving Monday and Thursday. Apart from Oda, you and him are the only people I watch play this game. Yeah, I mean, Oda's fun. I also watch Oda occasionally. I prefer his, I watch more of his shorts content and stuff because that kind of summarizes what he does most of the time. I don't watch his live streams mainly because I just don't have the time to watch live streams, which is unfortunate, you know. I wouldn't still consider myself a streamer because it's only, you know, twice a week. But, you know, I consider myself a YouTuber definitely nowadays. Which is, that's a weird thing to put on a resume, that's for sure. Yeah, Oda's fun. I watch some of his longer form content, his posts and stuff like that when I can. Yeah. He's definitely a character. Yeah, speaking of characters. Yeah, it's a new outfit you have. I like it. A little beanie. Is that a beanie that you have? A little blue beanie? That's nice. I binged all of Settle's content this week. Speaking of binging, oh my gosh, have I been binging content this week too. Have you ever heard of what is he? What's his name? Jeoparite with Northern UIM. I binged like 20 episodes of that while I was doing some basic content. Oh, you hit that one. No, you hit the warrior. Now I can't. Oh, yeah. Northern UIM. It's a really good series. Oh, you hit that one. Okay, well, I guess it's good enough time to bank and hop worlds. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, well, I mean, you hit him, and then we gotta hop worlds, because then we don't have our 2 ogres to kill. That's just kind of part of the deal down here, right? Is he a chunk account too? No, that is an Ultimate Ironman locked beyond the north of the Wilderness Wall, which is an extremely unique account. Okay, now that we're back at the bank, let's pick up our slightly more active killing gear, which would be 600 coins, this, and a big wad full of lobsters. There we go. Look at that. We're under 20,000 lobsters. Yeah, it's a really fun series. I really enjoyed watching through the struggles. Ahumaya, hey, welcome. Welcome to the stream. We just talked about different stream dates. We are going to be moving to, according to the polls, Monday and Thursday instead of Tuesdays and Fridays. Hopefully that's okay for some of you. Hopefully that works. I have my entire Chunk account recorded in case I want to make a channel, but 0 editing experience. That really is the hard part of making a successful YouTube. Oh yeah, can't do that. We gotta hop worlds. Ooh, let's see, what world are we gonna hop to? Or you could just beat that one down. If you beat that one down, then we'll be able to stay on the world. You want to do that, Reina? Because that would work. Yeah, if you can do that for me, then we can stay on this world, and that's all hunky-dory. What's his name? I forgot, but I want to check out his channel. Oh, it is, it's Northern UIM. The channel name is actually, Jeoparite. I'll type it into the chat. There we go. He's a bit bigger than I am, obviously, because he's been going for like 5 years, but oh my goodness. Mwah! Just really good, really high quality edited content. Like, it's something fantastic. How are we doing on kill count? We are 1,000 shamans and 1803 warriors so far. So, this gear, compared to the halberd, we do use lobsters, so that is a downside, but our kill counts, yeah, 5 years, wow. He had stashed his gear for quite some time, or he had stashed that account for quite some time. Talking about this gear versus the halberd gear, our kills are significantly faster. We go from about 110 seconds to about 60 seconds. So it's much quicker to kill in this gear than that gear, but we do burn through lobsters, so our kills our kills in time down here are shorter, because, like, I mean, the Ogress warriors do hit pretty hard and moderately content. I'm liking the new book locked account, only 1 video so far. That's interesting. What do you mean by book locked? I think I've seen that around. What series was that, the Relic? Carl Caskets is awesome. I'm gonna have to look that up too. Also, we're gonna just slide that back out. Whoop. I think that's good. Hold on. No, still got a little slice of gray there. Hold on. There we go. That's good. Carl Caskets. I'm gonna have to... There's so many new creators that are on my watch later. Forgot the channel name. Unusual something. Okay. Hey, now you're just killing the... Oh, that's a different person. Low carb mount. Oh, wow. That is normal person gear. Wow. Huh. Neat. Oh. Yeah, hold on. I gotta shuffle some stuff around again. Bayless Mango's the guy who does Carl Caskets. I'm gonna have to add that to my watch list then. And OSRS name is Bookworm. That Unusual Lex? Yeah, Unusual Lex. I am subscribed to Unusual Lex already. So, yeah, no, I have seen the Bookworm. Okay, so that is new. I am actually actively watching that. That's good. And then we have Bayless Mango. Oh, wow. Clue restricted hardcore Ironman. Okay. That's... Wow. Okay. Oh, no. We got someone killing a whole bunch of things over here at mass speeds. Oh, so much going on. Oh, no. I'm being teleported away. I need to be teleported away. I need as many random events as possible. Because we're still lamping Slayer. We want to get our Slayer level up still. Star jumps right over here. Darn Sergeant Damien taking me away from all of my regularly programmed, scheduled content. Jog on the map. How's the Slayer lamp grind going? That's a great question. We are going to see as soon as we're back from Sergeant Damien. I'll show you. I think I've... jog on the map again? This is a jog on the map. How many times are we going to have to jog on the map? Did we just have to do a triple on the same spot jog on the map grind? I think we did. Okay, so we got our lamp. Let's put it into Slayer and see how we're doing. Yeah, we're at 29. We're almost at 30 Slayer just from lamping, which is pretty cool. So that's how the Slayer grind is going. Now, Bayless Mango, I'm going to immediately subscribe to that because, yeah, I'm going to probably binge through that when I have to do some editing or something, or just need to relax from whatever. What are you doing? Are you plank? Oh no, is that a dab? Is that a dab emote? Or point emote? You pointing somewhere, Reina? Yeah, so we learned about looping emotes the other day. I didn't know that was a thing, which is pretty cool. Finally freed myself from Ogress a few nights ago at 5,000 kill count for that mask. Oh no, Abducola, don't jinx us with a 5k drop rate. Yeah, looping emotes are kind of neat. Also, I learned that you could clip this and send it to Odablock, I guess. I'm sure he knows. But you can actually animation stall attacks by starting an emote. If you like, there's especially with halberds and stuff, if you were to sit, because you're not being attacked, you can sit and then you can actually animation stall the halberd attack depending on when you click it. So 1 2 3 4, sit down, boom, there's no actual attack animation since it hides your weapon. Exactly. You can sit, switch weapons, boom, hit with something else. Sit, switch weapons, boom, hit with... See, no, that was early. I sat a little too early. Because the halberd is such a slow weapon. There we go. But you get the idea. It's an interesting concept of emote stalling high-level PvP. You never know. I'm sure he knows about that. I don't see it on my end either. Yeah, exactly. So that's like... That could be something interesting to pull out, is using an emote if you're not being attacked to animation stall a weapon switch or something. Do these masks drop in free-to-play? Probably not. I think they do, actually. But there's no drop table. There's no drop difference from free-to-play and members, except for all of the extra drops that I get. The seeds and all that stuff are all members-only drops. Which, of course, we want as many seeds as possible. So, like, it's... Now you've got me curious. Hold on. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, the seeds are all members-only drops. Long bone and curved bone and sold head, all members drops. The 5 coin drop at 1 in 23.2, it looks like it's, Oh, thank you for lining them up. Looks like there's a coin drop, a 5 coin drop at 1 in 23.2 that replaces all of the seed drops. I'm just looking at the wiki right here. You can see all of these have a little M on the side, and then down here is a little F, which is free to play only. Yeah, it is interesting that the mystery box does have a better lamp rate in free to play. We are definitely only opening mystery boxes now in free to play specifically, because there is no way I am risking ChunkMist, the entirety of ChunkMist now, for a chance, like a super low chance at, you know, like a dragon medium helm, while there's still a moderately high chance of a rune bar, because that would destroy us. Because now we have access to high alchemy, we would have to literally be here for a couple of years, killing Ogress warriors for nature runes, in order to... Yeah, we're gonna have to open it on non-members worlds. We can still get the stale baguette on non-members worlds. So, like, there's no reason not to hop to a non-members world to actually steal those. Or sorry, open those. Jeez. Water do be hitting good this morning. Lucky. I mean, that was a nature rune drop, and I will take every single nature rune drop I can. That is a good drop. Yes, yeah, let's get some more natures. You know what? I'm fine. If we get every single drop as a nature rune drop and we never get the... Like, if we're 5 times dry, but we get nature runes every time, I would 100% take that. Because we need so many nature runes. We need so many nature runes. In fact, we are dry, but I don't think we're going to be finished with the Ogress Warriors until quite a bit later, because we have a 68 smithing grind that we need to do off of either the iron bar spawn in Mistrock or using superheat item with nature and fire runes. Let's get a maze nature rune drop for this stream. Oh, that would be nice. I did just have a maze random a little bit ago. Here, actually, I'll bring it up. Boop, 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 boop. Let's look at our random event history. Where is it? Don't mind all this shenanigans. Where are you? Where are you? Where are my randoms? There they are. Sergeant Damien, mysterious old man right there. So our last random event before this was the old man, and we actually got a coal drop, which is great, and a feather drop. I think we got a double feather and a coal drop, which is also very helpful because we're going to need a lot of coal for all of the mithril bars that we want to make to be able to high alch stuff. Ooh, coal. Yeah, no, coal's a great drop too. I'm fine with coal, mithril ore, nature runes. Any of those are and even feathers are all great drops because guess what? We still have the nature talisman grind to go after this. Because this is not the rarest drop in our chunk, and that's terrible. Yeah, exactly. Who's this? Lone wolves trying to take our warrior kills. Ooh. Ooh, yeah, you get beaten, you level 48. No, I'm kidding. Is this just a random person killing warriors? I think it might be. I think we might actually have to hop, because we just got... we totally are getting sniped here. They're not saying anything, so they're probably not in the stream, so we're gonna have to world hop. Let's go to our world switcher then. Let's go to 421. Reina 421 if you want to hop over there. And then we're gonna just change this little thing on our stream. Hold on. World. Properties. 421. There we go. Alright. Oh, it looks like we got quite a few comments in our little conversation here. Let's see. Probably better to have the seeds, though, I imagine. Yeah, no, it's definitely better to have the seeds. There's no, like, 5 coins or seeds. What's better? Obviously the seeds. I wonder if there's a free-to-play chunk, man, that would transition into members once all the free-to-play chunks are completed. I'm almost certain there are. The problem is a free-to-play chunk man doesn't have a lot of oomph to it. Free-to-play chunk man is awesome. It's awesome to play yourself. It's not awesome to watch because there's so many skills that you're basically losing out on that it's not great. I wish I could give you some coal sitting at over 75,000 right now. The Relic, 75,000 coal sounds fantastic. How do you keep track of all the things you need to do? Does the Chunk Picker website help with that? The Chunk Picker website does all of that for us. Yeah, there's also a plugin in RuneLite that pulls from the Chunk Picker, which I can show you right here, actually. So, back open to here. It's this little curved bone-looking icon. And this is our current tasks. We've got the Arty Hard task, the Karamja Elite task. We need to obtain a Shaman mask, which is shown as both in our every drop rule and our collection log. And then we have the Nature Talisman Bull Shark. Now, this is a farming task, this elite Karamja task. Oh, by the way, how do you like my little dragon scimitar? Pretty nice, eh? So we have the Karamja Elite task. That is the, what's it called? That's the palm tree seed. Checking the health of a palm tree seed, which our, not just standing clause, which is basically, if we have to just AFK the game, then we can just roll stuff. That is covered by that. We're still doing all of our farming runs as is possible to get to that point, but it's not something that we actively pursue. Farming is fairly passive. The Ardoin Diary, hard task number 8, is making a mithril plate body. That sucks. That is what we have to do. Just notice the DSCIM. How many viruses did it give you this time? I actually, just a couple. I also have it turned on so it makes a little 2-path. Like, you can see there's actually 2 scimitars. So if I move quickly, there's a little bit of almost like a motion blur to it, which is kind of fun. It actually helps me visually, because with a smaller cursor, this isn't too small, but with a smaller cursor, what happens, my eyes can't follow it as quickly as it used to. That's the thing with aging, is your eyes slow down a little bit. And that little trail allows me to follow the cursor a little bit, because it leaves a little directional, like, oh, it went this way. So, yeah, it helps out a little bit. That's better. Couldn't really see it last stream. Yeah, it was a little small last stream. Oh, I know that mood. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, well, now it's a little... I have a D-Simi too, yeah. So that's our little cursor. It's fun. How many viruses? Again, shockingly 0. I got... It was just a... .cur image. That's a .cursor image that I downloaded. And there isn't really much space in, you know, like a 1 kilobyte file to also install a virus. So I double checked that. But yeah, then I set that for basically everything except for, you know, writing. What's left in the chunk, or at least what in the main drops? You can see to the right here, these are all the chunks that are left, which is, sorry, again, palm tree, smithing grind for the mithril plate body, the shaman mask, and the nature talisman from the bull shark. That is everything. That is everything. Alright, Relix, gotta go technically at work right now. I should probably go check on my employees. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Go manage your things. That's important. We're all getting older. I ran an anonymous poll on Final Fantasy 14 forum chat, and our average age is like 35. Not old, but not young either. Yeah. Well, I mean, we grew up with video games. We're addicted to video games. That's part of what we are nowadays. Well, later, yeah. They're probably fine. Well, oh, no, you dragged over the... Ow. You dragged over the shaman. Now I gotta move back a little bit so it de-aggroes. There we go. Get out of here, yeah, shaman. You little boob. Shaman. Free company, guild equivalent, not forum chat. Oh, free company. I see. FC usually stands for forum chat, so apologies there. Free company, guild equivalent. Okay, that's interesting. I've never played Final Fantasy 14. I know that if I did, I'd get hooked and then you'd never see me again. So we're avoiding that game deliberately. Also missed the last stream. Did you get the bone? The curved bone? I mean, we're in a new area, so yeah, the curved bone is well and gone. We got the curved bone. We got the chaos talisman. We got a whole bunch of fun stuff. That's going to be in the next video. But no, we do not have the shaman mask or the nature talisman yet. So those are our new grinds. Shaman mask, nature talisman, and then smithing, really. Those are the 3 main things that are left. Which is painful, because the nature talisman is 1 in 4267, which is fairly rare. And we got to make all of our arrows from, likely, the bars that we're going to be making with our 68 grind. How many shamans are we up to? Total is 1917 between the shamans and the warriors. 1817 warriors. You can always just imagine plus 100 here. Yeah, 1817 is our current warrior count. Shamans, we've only killed 100 because we only needed 100 for our 100 kill count, and I would rather not kill the things that are constantly dealing high damage to me with magic attacks that require prayer flicking. So we're going to be focusing the warriors with our full Addy plus gear, so to speak, because they hit a little less. Oof is right. Oof is definitely right. Now, we got some fun stuff to talk about too. Besides, of course, the stream schedule changing, and besides what content is featured on ChunkMist, but I have been working on a new series. This is the first time I've talked to y'all about this, so congratulations if you're here for this announcement. But we are working on a new series currently. The series is very unique. It's going to be fun. Oh. Yeah, what? Oh yeah, a third series. Yep, we are working on a third series. Lorebound is kind of put on the shelf for a bit, but there is a new series that is going to be coming out. I am working with Draymanor and Harzlik, which you've heard on a couple of my videos recently. We are working on a new series, a group OneChunk Ironman account where we all roll things together. It's going to be extreme. So we are going to an extreme rule set minus skill capes because our starting chunk location is fixed and we don't want to have a 99 to start out. But it's going to be fun because we're doing something extra spicy with it. Right now, this is if everything goes through. We still have some final little things to tweak around, but the main concept, because this is a group Ironman, we can share our equipment and stuff like that, and we're going to set it so that only one of us needs to get the chunk requirements so we can actually specialize a bit, which is cool. But we're going to push the specialization even further by forcing combat mechanic bracket changes. So what I mean, okay, so we're doing what's called a damage locked OneChunk Ironman account. Yeah, careful. Yeah, I'm backing up. Don't worry. I'm back to the I'm back to the halberd for now. But we're doing what's called a damage locked account. So we're planning on having 3 of us. And if you know anything about combat, you'll notice that there is, with the exception of mage, which is 4, there are 3 different combat styles in both melee and ranged. For melee, you have stab, slash, and crush. For ranged, you have light, medium, and heavy equipment. And for magic, we've worked on some stuff. So it's the triangle. It is the triangle, but not the triangle, because we're going to have basically a rogue, a warrior, and a tank. The rogue will have access to stab, water, and light ranged weaponry. The warrior will have access to bows, slashing weapons, and fire-based spells. Then the tank will have access to crush, heavy weapons, heavy ranged weapons, and earth-based spells. Okay, we've already sorted out who's going to be doing what if we do decide on doing this. It is going to come down to how absolutely hyped my other co-conspirators of this project are going to be for this. But yeah, it's going to be locked to skill styles. It's not like one's the mage, one's the ranger, one's the that would cause complications. That would we're going to need all 3 combat styles because there are quests that require you to have a certain combat level. But we really wanted to do something that would make, Moons of Peril is going to be super interesting because instead of running all 3, we're going to have 3 people focusing on one boss. Right? So we'll have the slasher in Blood Moons. We'll have the stabber in Eclipse Moon, and the crusher will be on Blue Moon, and they'll be gaining their own specific. Oh, it's gonna be real fun. What is the current goal? The current goal we are actively working on is our Shaman mask. We are trying to get our 1 in 1200 Shaman mask. We are above 1 in 1800 so far. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, Del Plagues. But yeah, we're currently talking about a potential new OneChunk account. Now, where is the starting chunk? Because I did mention that there is going to be a set spawn chunk this time. Because with ChunkMist, we started in Mistrock. That was random, which was neat. It was a good starting spot to a point. Definitely the the fletching grind was a little bit rough, but this new area is a little more classic. It's not necessarily Lumbridge, but it is an area with a whole bunch of stuff. Hey, Del Plagues, welcome to the High Alchemy tier of membership. Thank you so much for joining. That is awesome. Yeah, I appreciate the support there. A few weeks before the new series starts. No, this is early talking. It's gonna be 2 weeks until the next ChunkMist video. It's probably still a couple months away in terms of when the new series starts, because we first of all need to set things in place. We've got to do stuff like we're going to be character designing. I'm going to make this series like a magnum opus here. I'm going to make these things heavily edited. It's not going to be as actively as ChunkMist. ChunkMist is every 2 weeks I plan on posting, right? This is going to be like in the background. It's going to be slower paced, much like other Chunk accounts are. First of all, because it's extreme, right? Like, you can't push forward extreme. There are going to be multiple people working on things, but it's funny, I was talking about my friend last night about starting a ranged mage melee split hardcore group Ironman. You see, we actually went over that as well. But ultimately, our decision was stopped due to the Tombs of a Masket requirements. So there's a boss before Tombs of a Masket that is almost 100% resistant against ranged and magic. So you absolutely need melee in order to kill them, which would have locked 2 of us out of the Tombs of a Masket. And of course, our ultimate goal is we want to kill all 3 raid bosses. Like, we want to experience and beat all 3 raids. That's kind of what we want to do, right? Hey, all right, Relix. Yeah, yeah, but we couldn't get past that boss unless, like, the person with ranged already had a T-bow, and the person with mage maybe used, like, blood barrage, but, like, the amount of chunks that we would actually require in order to get blood barrage is insanely high. Like, that's hundreds of chunks. It's gonna be a bit different. Now, we are adding some additional fun things as well. We're planning on doing, instead of the standard chunk roll, there's something we want to take from Gielinor Games, which is, we want to have a voting system for chunk rolls. Basically, there is a setting on the chunk roll mechanics that allows you to roll 2 and pick 1. What we're planning on doing is having the roll 2 mechanic enabled. So we'll be able to choose between 2 different rolls. But once we've rolled that, before picking, we're going to have like a blind vote tribal council where we cast our vote for what chunk we want. And then because there's 3 of you, there's always going to be a majority rule. And so one chunk could be better for one of the other 3s, because of course the combat triangle, right, or the skill triangle. Y'all got great friends. Mine are a bit burnt out right now. Got my brother into old school. Yeah, my brother's also into old school. We're discussing stuff. We'd need to start with a harsh melee range mage split, no desert treasure lunars, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, we also thought about, what if we split it by mage styles? Like, we had someone on the standard spellbook, someone on lunars, someone on Yeah, we thought of that as well, but there was a problem is you needed some insane unlocks in order to get either lunars or ancients. Like, there were some ridiculously high unlocks required for those things. So we ended up backpedaling on that idea for a series, that is. If it's for, like, you and the boys just having a bunch of fun, like, I 100% get that. 100% get that. That's a really fun idea to do that. But if it's going to be for a series, there needs to be... it gets a little too convoluted when you get into things like that, making too many exceptions. That's why we're going base extreme rule set minus capes. That's super easy to understand and follow. So we're actually debating between two different locations for starting areas. And you know what? We'll run a poll. How about that? We'll run a poll and see what you would prefer for a starting location. So potential starting location. For the new group Ironman oh, looks like we I'm just setting up the poll right now. It's going to appear in the chat in a minute. Just gotta give me a second. I gotta get that Ogress warrior. There we go. So the locations that we were thinking of, and I'm running this by y'all because we want something interesting. Polls are dangerous. You know that from Lorebound. Yes, I do know polls are dangerous, but I also know polls are a great way of outsourcing ideas. That's the thing, is we've always been very poll heavy on both Lorebound and ChunkMist, and I don't plan on stopping that because it's led me in the right direction 90% of the time. Right? There's some, and right now these two options that I'm about to post are both equally acceptable. They both have slightly different vibes to them, and I think they'd make for really good content. Both of them would be just slightly different. We're also going to add an option of other, just in case neither of these like, you don't like either of these. Let's see. Hold on. What's it called? Hold on. I'm gonna have to go to my map for a second. Hide the map to keep the secret for a moment. Ha ha ha. You don't know where I'm going. Ha ha. I clicked on a basement accidentally. No, I'm in a basement. I don't want to be in a basement. Don't take that out of context. What's it called? Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, so here are our two options. You already have a job. That's cute. And thank you, Reyna, for kiting these warriors over here. It really does speed up the kills a bit. It looks like polls are coming in. And it's shockingly one-sided so far. So we're going to go over we're going to keep those polls up for a second. We're going to actually talk about the 2 locations. So both locations, and here's another thing we're planning on doing, is we're planning on unlocking all skills from the start. So we're going to do Druidic Ritual, Pandemonium, and Runic Mysteries, all to start out. Right? So you have all the skills unlocked. What are the pros and cons for these starting chunk? That's a great question. We're, again, going to keep the polls open because we're going to talk about these, the pros and cons of each. First of all, both of them have rune shops. So both of them are equally decent there. The Varrock chunk does have access to the rune essence mine. Oh, come on, Reyna. Come on, Reyna. Just, we're good. We're good. Oi, yeah. Get back there. Oh, geez, it is fully aggroed on you. Come on. There we go. Now it's aggroed on me. That's funny. Their freaking aggro mechanics are so weird. So they get so angry at me. You have definitely an Ogress global taunt or something. They just really dislike you. There you go. There we go. That worked fine. So, pros and cons. What is this? Group Ironman. Yes. This is a group Ironman damage locked OneChunk, extreme OneChunk account. We're still working on the names and stuff, but the gist of it is long story short, we're currently just pulling information on which area would be more fun to start at. For Varrock Central Square, you have moderately damage locked sounds hardcore. What does that mean? Style locked. It's style locked. That's the better term for it. So you have a rogue. You basically have 3 different class categories of player. You have a rogue who can only use light weapons in the range category. So we're talking like knives and darts and blowpipes, with stabbing weapons and water spells. You have a warrior, so like a mid-range style, who is going to have access to slashing weapons, mid-weight ranged weapons, so bows and like the adamant and stuff. And then you have a tank who uses crush weapons and heavy ranged gear and earth runes, or like earth spells, because that kind of makes sense there. So yeah, that's kind of what the style lock is it's Del Plagues, $2. I take it you like that idea. Thank you very much for the $2 tip there, the donation. I'd watch the hell out of that. Yeah, exactly, right? It's a really unique concept. Feel free to try to start this yourself as well if you want. Like, that's the great thing about RuneScape, is the more content the better, right? But yeah, that's the plans. These are 2 starting locations. Now you've more than inspired me to start Chunkman mode. Try Chunkman mode. Yeah, chunk accounts are definitely, you need a level of either ADHD or autism to be able to start a Chunkman mode, because it gets very dry very quickly. It's definitely with the exception of maybe Ultimate Iron Man, it's definitely yeah, you have some level of tism to play this. Some spectrum of some sort of tism in order to be on here, which I'm allowed to say because I am haha, there you go. Officially diagnosed with stuff, so yeah, go figure. For weapons with multiple styles, are they allowed to use them but with only the correct style? Exactly, Ahumaya. You nailed it on the head. So there are certain weapons that have multiple combat styles. Like, for example, a 2-handed sword has both slash and crush. So the player, if they wanted to use a 2-handed sword and they were the heavy tank, would have to use the crush style. So, like, there are going to be weapons locked behind a single a single person can only use it. Like, I think Osmumptum's Fang, as an example, is a stab-only rapier weapon. Same with the Garazi Rapier. Those are stab-only. Whereas the Zombie Axe, as another example, has both slash and crush, and could be used by both of those team members. I think it's really cool. I think it's going to be a really fun series that's going on. Killing it with the ideas. We brainstormed for a long time last night. That's definitely for sure. Like, we went all over the place. We were thinking of a Varlamore start using the what's it called? The bird transportation system, Renew. We were thinking of using that as a way of, like, having a starting singular chunk, and then each of us would have an individual chunk. But then we realized, yeah, the Quetzal transportation system. Yeah, hours of brainstorming. I was there. Yeah, exactly. You were there, Tiger. Thank you for verifying that we were there for a while. I was up till like 2:30 a.m. trying to figure out stuff before, like, sleep. Just, I want to do a sailing chunk. Yeah. That was another thing. Like, we thought about doing sailing chunks as well, and that's why we also want to unlock Pandemonium before we start, so that as soon as we get access to water, we can start actually rolling sailing chunks. The ultimate reason we were deciding on these two chunks specifically was because they gave a good, moderately rounded method of doing a lot of things. With Taltaclon, you have the maid shop right there, but, like, you don't have anything beyond, like, a U shield. Pandemonium feels like druidic ritual levels of worth of exception. Exactly. Holy cow, Del Plagues, $25. That is probably the largest donation I've ever gotten on the channel so far. That is insane. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. That is gonna buy me lunch. No, I'm kidding. This is probably going directly into, no, don't worry, just chill. That is likely going directly into the new series for membership costs, because of course membership prices have increased a little bit. So, also, rolls a roll to pick one with votes, which I volunteer to be the middlewoman for sending votes to, since I'm up at the same time as all of you. Well, thank you so much for the volunteer on that. Are you still working? You still working and gaming? So what do you mean by that? You still working and gaming? I mean, we're gaming right now, and sorry, you're gonna have to clarify there, Del Plagues. What do you mean by that? Like a second job? Yeah, I have a job that's basically exclusively Saturdays, and it pays for rent. So, but YouTube itself pays for food, and it pays for subscription costs, and it pays for. I don't have to worry about electricity because I'm on a completely solar system, so I don't have any power bills that way. Yeah, proud of you. I'm super happy for how things have been working out recently. Yeah, back to pros and cons of both. The Varrock Center Square also has one roll away Scurious. Solar is neat, and that's awesome. Yeah, it's it is a great way of just not having to worry about, like, there are times where I need to I do have a little power generator outside. If it's like snowing and stuff, I do have to charge up the battery a little bit using the generator. But besides that, if it's, I mean, even on rainy days, let's look at my app right now and see how we're doing here. Hold on. I have Victron. If any of you are familiar with Victron, that is what I use. I use Victron Smart Solar Systems. Not sponsored. Let's see. We are currently taking in about 200 watts of power. It is a very cloudy day right now, a little bit rainy, so we have a 1200 watt system up on the roof. And we're taking in about 200 because it's like cloudy and sort of rainy, so we're definitely not as efficient, but we're only using about 150 or 100 watts of power, so we're actually netting 80 to 100 watts of power. So our battery is going up right now, even though I have 3 monitors and my light and all that going on right now. it is completely self-sufficient. Even my fridge, even my mini fridge that I have is, yeah, completely controlled by that. Like, it's great. I don't have to worry about anything there. Yeah, solar is great if you can set it up properly. It's definitely an investment. Like, it was not cheap setting this up. I had a really nice car. I sold my car, and I got this RV that I'm now living in, with a scrappy little crappy beater car. And then I used the excess money between the two to put up the solar system, renovate the place, and yeah, heard you talking about 70 degrees being hot, and I laughed so much. Yeah, 70 is room temperature, right? But right now, I'm probably, like, internally here, that's why I have this little cozy on. It's probably about 60 degrees, 63 maybe. For the rest of the non-American world, dude, in 1 year you're gonna be laughing, you kill it. Well, thank you very much, Dill Plagues. Yeah, for any of you non-Americans out there, it's probably 15, 16 degrees inside right now. That's why I have the little Snuggie on, just because it's going to warm up during the day, and I don't want to power on the diesel heater like that. It seems a little unnecessary right now. As I said, I'm a very frugal person, so you know, I only do stuff if I really need to. I only turn on the like, I have an air conditioning unit in here too, actually. So for, like, those hot days in the middle of summer, that AC goes on, keeps it nice and cool at 20, and it's like a self... What are you gonna order for food? Nah, dude, in 1 year you're gonna be laughing, killing it. What are you gonna order for food? I don't order food. I make food myself. I don't use DoorDash or Skip the Dishes or whatever that is. How big is your battery? That's actually a pretty decent question. I have currently... I think I have 300 amp hours at 24 volts. Yes, lithium batteries. Yeah, because what I have is I have 6 12-volt batteries that are 100 amp hours. And what happens if you merge them, I have a 24-volt system, which allows me to run at a slightly higher wattage in times like when I have the AC on. 12-volt system will dip down and cause problems. 24-volt will not. So I have a 24-volt system, and it has what is called a 300 amp hour storage, which is basically double the amount of a 12-volt. I would have 600 amp hours at 12, but I have 300 at 24. And that's good for multiple days. It's good for multiple days of blackout sun. The sun could disappear and I would have power for about probably 4 or 5 days of normal use. Yeah. I mean, if the sun blacked out, we'd also have some heating issues, so likely my diesel heater would be running at all times. Yeah, so I use lithium iron phosphate batteries, and they power everything. Right now I'm at a 95% charge because I mean, during the night there's no power, and that keeps on things like the fridge and yeah. Some basic charging things, like I charge my phone at night. Like my laptop is plugged in, so I charge these little these things, which are the headphones that I use, little bone induction things, which are also really neat. But yeah, yeah, pros and cons of the areas. So for Rock Central Square, it has Scurious, which each of us would be able to make use of the Scurious weapons. It would be kind of fun doing like group Scurious as a 3-man group, so that would be kind of fun. But we'd also have the Curved Bone Grind, Bryophyta. There would be a lot of different things right north there. Sorry for the burp. To the east. Oh gosh, Dragon Punch with the 5 gifted memberships. Dang. Thank you very much. This is a crazy stream. I've never had a stream this successful before. This is Amazing. Grow stronger. Yeah, no kidding. Wow. Welcome. Wow. So Luke Donnelly 36. Wow. That is cool. I've never actually seen how the gifted memberships works. That's super cool. Congratulations on those who are randomly chosen for the gifted memberships, or if you chose, that's also cool. I have a battery, but I can't have solar. I'd have a battery, but can't have solar. Well, you can charge batteries alternatively. Like I have a plug-in battery charger for if I'm in an area with plug-in access. I also have the gas generator that I can run at all times, and that also plugs into the same thing because that just makes power, and then that can go right into the system. Oh geez, another 10 gifted subs. Oh my gosh, Del Plagues, that's a lot. Okay, I get it. You like the series. Well, you can, but it never pays itself off. Yeah. The solar, yeah, if you don't have solar or wind or hydroelectric, the batteries are never going to pay itself off. That's just more for convenience than anything. Holy cow. 10 other gifted. Wow, that is crazy. Let's go. Yeah, no kidding. There are going to be a lot of people with access to to the emotes now. Everyone's going to start spamming sharks and stuff. Wait, apparently you have to opt into those? Yeah, you have. I didn't know you had to opt into to gift memberships. That's interesting. Wait, opt into. Are you talking about opting into gifted subs or wow? This is a crazy stream. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh yeah, this is insane. Love the series. Well, thank you, Dragon Punch. I really appreciate it. You have to click to allow gift memberships, apparently. Wow. That's yeah. Why buy a sub when you can gift it? No kidding, right? Oh, frick. Wow, this is cool. I've never had a stream like this before. You get the occasional people subscribing, but I've never seen how the gifted subs works. I've never seen the super chats beyond, you know, a couple bucks or something. So that's super interesting. Looks like I'll have to stream a little bit longer today as a way of thanking you guys. Wow. Hopefully this gives us some more luck to get these shaman kills done. So, okay. Back on topic. Wow, that's a great aside right there. Wow. Back on topic to the pros and cons. So, you know what? We're actually gonna show you. Okay, hold on. Chunk picker. Let me just set this up, and then we can actually go through. We'll use. Hold on. We don't want our chunk picker. We want okay. How am I gonna do this? Just give me a second. What I want to do is I want to pull up the chunk picker with supposed rules and stuff, with our new fake rules or something, and see if I can show off what the tasks might look like. Just give me one. Word documents. Why they pop up in the middle of nowhere? I don't know why. Okay, hold on. Remember game this. Did I really not save that from last night? I thought I did. Huh. Is it this one? Nope. Nope, that's not it. Why? Ogre. Yeah. Give us a sign. You know what? I'll just set up a new map. Hold on one second. That'll be an easy way of doing it. Okay, that's a terrible... Okay, so this is what things look like initially. This is going to be fun. So... let's unlock the map. So, this is what I'm talking about. So for chunk rolling method, 1 is the traditional method. Rolling 1 random chunk is your next chunk. That is what ChunkMist does, right? Rolling method 2 is a little more interesting. Roll 2 is an alternative way to roll, where 2 options are rolled randomly instead of 1, and then you pick which of those 2 to unlock. Roll 2 will let you influence your rolls slightly, but will result in difficult rolls. So, it's basically like you have to pick the best of 2, and this is what we're going to have our voting system, our tribal council style voting system on, right? Rolling style, obviously fancy. Light and, go to dark mode. That was hurting my eyes a little bit. Okay. Starting chunk, we're going to just put 0000 for now. Go to chunk rules, extreme chunker, correct, show detailed rules. We are going to turn off skill capes, because that is the only thing we're going to be doing differently. We are also going to want item sources at 1 in 10,000. So that means that we're going to have to grind for the Visage when it comes out. Thank you so much again for kiting those in there, Reyna. Appreciate it. Let's see, what else was here? Overall skill. We are setting the secondary training method to 1 in 8. So that is a little lower than ChunkMist, but when we're working with multiple people, you kind of have to give and take in order to find an area that's going to work nicely. Oh no, why are we in top chat and not live chat again? Darn it. There we go. Love the series. Why you have to click to allow bones? Since I don't use my original Chunkers map, I'm planning on turning it into my event Chunker map. Yeah, that's very fair. That's a good idea, Tiger. Right, so yeah, you're able to see this all right. So, this is a basic chunk rule map. We're either planning on... What we're going to do is we're going to go into sandbox mode. That means all changes are temporary. So, pretend we unlock the Varrock chunk. What are our tasks going to be like? Obviously, we're going to have access to that. We're not going to start in that little tiny square or that little tiny area there. Okay? So let's see what our starting tasks would be in this area. We'd have 30 attack to wield an adamant weapon, because there are addy weapons. Thank you again, Reyna. Wow, they really are aggroed on you. I think it's literally still aggroed on you. There we go. I think it's aggroed on me now. Yeah, there we go. That's funny. So yeah, there's a sword shop. So you have... Wait, we have filters too that default to top messages. That's no... Yeah, it is. It is really annoying. In the top, I think it's... Yeah, the top of your thing, you'll have your chat, and it'll either say top chat, live chat, or fan funding. Which would mean that, like, literally only super chats would appear or something like that, which would be... I mean, if I ever get large enough I have to turn that on, please humble me with a day of nothing. Please, that would be awful. Ooh, I never want to be big enough that I have to turn that on. That would be awful. You can right-click a chunk to see potential tasks. You can, but we're in sandbox mode because it makes it a little easier to see not just potential, but actual chunks. This gives us a full list. We also wanted to set... where is it? Yeah, show best in slots for all things. Because of how people are individually, like, you have a best in slot stab, slash, and crutch, that game is covering the list. Oh, the game is covering the list. Oh no. Hold on. I can change that. Ta-da! That's fun. I can do that whenever I want, because that's how streaming works. What role do you think you'll pick up for this? That's actually already been decided. So if everything is going to plans, we're gonna have I'll be on the middle one. I'll be the warrior with slash, medium, aka bows, and fire-based spells. That is the role that was kind of shoveled on me. The other ones, the other roles would be fun in their own respective cases, but there are a lot of really tricky slash, like, there are a lot of, for example, let's take Moons of Peril. The hardest boss is obviously Blood Moon, and Blood Moon is weak to slash. They wanted to set me up with the harder tasks, mainly because I'm pretty good at content like that. I just want to use the Dragon Scimitar, of course! So I had to be either stab or slash to use the Dragon Scimitar, obviously. That is the only reason why, of course. No, I'll be the big slashy boy. Was it random, or did you get a choice? Actually, the other two members of the group kind of decided on, like, the first member, they really wanted to use light weaponry and stuff like that. So they just chose that. And then the other member left it up to a coin toss. I was fine with either, honestly. I honestly don't mind Blood Moon. I like Eclipse the least. Yeah, Eclipse is... Oh, that's... Oh, stop dropping stacks of 200 nature runes. That's giving me the heebie-jeebies. Come on, Reyna. Oh, you little brat. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Perilous Moons, I definitely... like attracts like, yeah, no kidding. Oh yeah, out of the moons, I'd say Blue Moon is my favorite, just because you can shred through them and it's really easy. Blood Moon is mechanically probably the most interesting because of the lifesteal. Eclipse Moon, I really do like the turning mechanic where you have to turn to face them. Which might be some really interesting mechanics to see what kind of weapon that is stab-based will be the best in slot for them there. It might be the actual Blood Moon Spear itself, or sorry, the Blue Moon Spear itself, which might be cool. The parry is cool. I hate the ball. I've gotten very good at the ball. Ooh, yeah, hey, don't hit it. Oh no, you aggroed. Yeah, no, it's okay, Reyna. It's okay. I'll drop nature runes now, or do I have to do one lap of Zaya? Oh, I don't know if it dropped. Hold on, I can. Let's go back to the game for a second. Let's see. No, that one dropped an emerald, not a nature rune. Do you have to do a lap of Zaya? No, you don't. You don't have to do a lap of Zaya. Just the Corsair Cove. Just do a lap around Corsair Cove. That'll work. See if they actually hold on. Yeah, you do that lap. You do that lap of Corsair Cove. Oh, it's kind of funny. Oh, okay. So back to this. We would have Addy weapons, mithril armor, because of course we have an armor shop. We have a weapon shop. Now, of course, Crushy Crush isn't going to be able to use an Addy longsword. They'll have to use, yeah, best in slot prayer or crush is just an iron mace. Oh, you got Flippa. There you go. Gotta go do Flippa. Go get your gems. You're gonna get emeralds because of this. I hate Blood Moon. Parry is cool. I hate the ball. The ball, yeah, Shaman Mask for sure. I believe too. I really do believe too. I hope so. The ball is actually very easy. Once you learn the mechanics, you can actually walk the whole thing. There's a specific tick you start walking on, and then you just walk around the whole entire map. You don't need to stop moving. You just walk at one steady pace, and you're fine the whole time. It takes a bit to get that exact tick, but once you've done it a couple hundred times, you get to the point in which you just walk it. It like appears, you wait, it's like 4 or 5 ticks, and then you start walking, and you're like 1 tick in front of the ball, and then by the end you're 1 tick behind. Like, it's rubies. Ah, you didn't get emeralds, you got rubies. Okay, so you got a little bonus there. Time to make some... Stop it, Reyna! Stop it! Ah! You keep aggroing them weird. My husband tried showing me how to do that. I couldn't get it. Yeah, it's tricky. It is definitely very tricky. It's not... it takes a while to get the timing right. And it is tick perfect. Or else you will take damage either at the beginning or the end. And if your movement's a little off, what you can do is you can flick on and off your run. Like, oh, you're starting to get a little behind because you're a tick slower. You can just tap, tap, and then you'll run for like 1 second, and then you'll stop running, and then you'll be able to do the rest of that moon phase just fine. The eclipse phase, the ball phase. There we go. Those are the words. Looks like we're back to full health. I can get the battleaxe out again to speed up the kill a little bit here. We're almost full inventory, so we can go back and get ourselves another set of lobster, and that'll speed us up again. There's your cabbage from your random event. Oh, you gotta eat your vegetables, Reyna. You gotta eat that cabbage. Now, there you go. Other tasks for the area. Sorry, I forget that we're tossing between these two here. Yeah, so the best in slot slash and stab is the adamant sword. Our crush boy is only going to be iron mace, though. That is their best, unfortunately. We got bronze bolts and a crossbow. We got the bow shop, of course, which is the maple short bow. So that would be myself using a maple short bow almost immediately, which would be kind of cool. We'd have to get smithing. I don't think smithing is trainable yet, but as soon as smithing is, that would then be a grind to make our our rogue basically some throwing knives, and until they unlock darts, that's going to be a little rough for them. Because darts then take it up to 10 per bar instead of 5 per bar. It's cute to have just all 3 styles just in chunk bounds. Yeah, you have a magic shop, so all of and of course Zaf's store right there. So we can all start with our own elemental stabs that are to our type. So we can immediately start training range in our respective things. Now, here's a fun twist that we're going to have. So, because we're stuck to our elements, we are forced, like obviously air runes are the exception. Every spell requires air runes, so air spells are on the table for all 3 of us. We can all use air whenever we want. But there are a lot of... We're going to go back to here so I can show you off a little bit here. So obviously the water one will only be able to use water-based spells, earth-based spells. But what about non-main skills? Let's take Bones to Bananas as an example. That uses nature, water, and earth runes. Well, the fire-locked, myself, that would be, can't use Bones to Bananas. Just can't. You can't use Bones to Bananas. I think we might make an exception if it is a chunk task, then we'll be able to use it once. That might be the only exception to the rules, is if it's a chunk task that's required. So I wouldn't be able to use Bones to Bananas, but I'd also be the only one to be able to use Superheat and High Alchemy, because that is a fire rune specific secondary spell, right? So it's going to add like a whole nother level of planning around and prep. So yeah, you're the Royal Mint. Yeah, I make the rune, or I make the coins. I'd just be an alch machine, just an alch slave sitting in a bank like, stop giving me drops. Sitting there alching all day long, doing nothing else, while the other ones are out there like getting curved bones and stuff. I'm just sitting in bank alching. It's like, this is great content for the YouTube channel, guys. I'm getting too excited. That would be hilarious. Alch this sapphire ring. No. Pull him out. Yeah. Sorry, that got a little too exuberant. I'm starting to show my my inner actual person, and that's that can be dangerous. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. It would expand to Now here's something cool. So we're actually fairly close. This is another reason why Varrock is of interest. One block above us, not only do we have, of course, Scurrius and... here, you know what? We'll pretend we'll unlock this for a second. This is sandbox mode, so we're totally fine. And not only do we have... Oh, geez, the chunk just got way bigger, because now we have yew trees. We have wild pies, rune armor, a farming patch. We have a few hard tasks that we have to do in fire making and it expands significantly. Like, the chunk gets much bigger. We got curved bone grinds, we got stuff like that, which is immediately going to be way easier because we have 3 people grinding at moss giants. Only one of us needs to get that curved bone. Like, it's gonna be cool because, like, we're gonna be able to actually keep up a moderately decent pace. But keep in mind, though, we are all different chunk accounts. So I have ChunkMist. That is going to be my main game still. We are mainly going to be playing this as like a palette cleanser. Because, like, for example, there's only so many Ogress warriors I can hit before I'm going to get really bored of hitting Ogress warriors. And then I might want a little palette cleanse, and we'll go on to the other account to work on the other account. It's not going to be our main game mode. This is going to be kind of our side game mode. And for a good reason. One, I really want to take some effort and put a lot of effort into seeing what I can do editing-wise. If you looked at UIM, Northern UIM, those videos, there are actually, like, cinematic story and plot line. I want to incorporate an actual story or plot, or at least some fun, interesting, like, conversations. Like, we're going to start, like, if we start in Varrock, we're starting in the tavern. And it's almost going to be like a D&D session where we're sitting around the table and talking about things. And then a cataclysm of sorts occurs, and next thing you know, boom, chunking exists, and we're trapped within the Varrock Square. And we're going to try to make a bit of a story out of it, which is going to be cool. And it's going to be just like gaining levels and strength and completing those tasks allows us to push through the fog. And, like, we have to vote, so we have 2 people pushing through the fog. Yeah, storytelling elements will make it fun for sure. I'm going to try to actually incorporate some storytelling into it, and don't just make it like, oh, well, the chunks are... we're going to have, like, a tribal council moment where we much like in Gelinor games, where they cast their votes, and then we're going to have, likely Tiger System's going to be like a mediator. They're going to have access to what we voted for once we have the choose 2 pick 1 mechanic started. I'll show you how that works, actually. So let's say these are the available chunks, and we click the roll 2, bonk, it rolls 2 chunks. Okay, and then, oh snap, we have, okay, Varrock West and South. Okay, take me there. These are the 2 chunks that we could potentially roll. We'll have like a minute or 2 to search over possible tasks. Right? Like, oh, that's Romeo and Juliet. That's Gertrude's cat. What's this one here? Calculate tasks. Yeah, it's cool. It's a pick 2, or it's a choose 2 pick 1. This has the Phoenix crossbow, black robes, would allow us to complete the Shield of Arav quest, right? Voting is cool. So, when we get to this point, we'll have 1 or 2 chunks to pick from, and if we click one of these, boom, it unlocks that one. So at that moment, we're gonna have to, like, not touch things. This is actually really good to learn ahead of time. Oh geez, our inventory is completely full, and there's a whole bunch of salmon on the ground. Hold on, I'm gonna eat the salmon. Om nom 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 nom. Pick up our earth runes, and we're gonna do a bit of... There we go. We're back to the main game for a second. Your inventory is full. Yes, thank you. We need additional pylons. Oh, sorry, I have a little bit of a cough right now because it's allergy season here. And Yeah. You know what allergies are. I don't need to explain that. So let's grab our kite shield and one of our 26 rune battle axes. That's starting to get a little chunky there. Pun intended. Let's eat up with our salmon, get our 600 coins, and our big wall of lobsters. There we go. Now we're ready for another run. Voting is cool. I like that too. Will you ever do corner tiles for this group too? That is up for debate. We're going to talk about it. I wouldn't mind doing corner tiles because that would like for example right here, that would give us, I mean the wilderness ditch would stop us from rolling in those areas, but like that would allow the edge fill and that chunk now to be rolled, which would be equally super cool. And say if this was unlocked, immediately, oh, well, that's Children of the Sun. We can start rolling into here, right? There, like that is another advantage of a Varrock start is we could immediately get ourselves east and then into Varlamore, which is really cool. That's really cool. There we go. I'm back of the Ogre Warriors. Haha. That's one advantage of the Varrock Central Square starting chunk. Okay, now we are going to... Can't see screen? No, we can't see. You can see this, right? Oh, yeah, okay, so, yeah. This, if we rolled east to here, that would immediately... Because, of course, you only need these 3 chunks to do Children of the Sun. You get those 3 chunks, and immediately you're rolling Varlamore. Right? Which would be a really cool way of getting in there. And since it's still new content, you know, that would be great. That's fun. Okay, so let's turn sandbox mode off for a second again. Bonk. That should, yeah, that resets everything. And then we're going to turn it back on. And we're going to do a Teklan chunk. First of all, Children of the Sun would be required to start here. But what we'd do is we'd likely start with these 2 chunks unlocked. And this... You must gather your party before venturing forth. No kidding. Oh, are you the party? Is that what's going on? Look at that. You're giving me a few free auto attacks if you aggro them like that, actually. It gives me like literally 3 autos before they turn around and start hitting me. Oh, look at that. Okay, so yeah, for this, for example, we need to do Children of the Sun. And then we start with some pretty chunky, but pretty well-rounded starts. We gotta burn mahogany logs. There's a mahogany tree in this area. Fletch a mahogany stalk. Cast High Alchemy. Wield a maple shortbow. Pickpocket a guard. And chop mahogany logs. There's an iron dagger, addy arrows, and a maple shortbow in this chunk. So there's a bunch of, like, things to do here, right? Which is neat. Oh, there's a nature rune. There you go. You don't have to do another lap. Good job. We got another nature rune drop. Yeah, they're literally so mad at you. They ignore the man hacking at them to pieces. Sorry, let's go to the comments here. You can see here. Yeah, so if Reyna aggroes one of them and hooks them on this wall here, it's still aggroed on Reyna, and I can literally get 3 free battle axe hits in before they turn and aggro to me, which is kind of neat. So yeah, this start would also be kind of interesting. First of all, this is fairly well-rounded in terms of just base stats. We would have to likely use thieving and then funnel that money into being able to get me up to high alchemy. So that would be a little bit rougher, but as we unlock further chunks, our tasks broaden. So now there's rune weapons, pita bread, crafting grind for a dragon stone. Why is there a dragon stone? That's interesting. Details. From the Taltaclon... Oh, from the gemstone crab, of course. Because we have the gemstone crab in these chunks. Of course we do. Yeah, see, look here. I hit. That's 3 auto attacks. Again. 3 auto attacks because Reyna lured this one to this spot, which does actually cut down on our supplies quite a bit. It's kind of interesting. No luck. We're also at 1853 Ogress Warrior kills now. So we've got another 50 since the start of the stream, which is I think it's a 6%. It's either a 3 or a 6% chance of getting that drop so far. No dice. Oh well. Yeah, so as you can see here in the top right, the tasks get quite broad, which would be interesting. I love the crab. It doesn't take long to get the dragonstone. Yeah, it would not. There are different mining chunks. There's coal in the area. If we unlock a little further and get this one here, the River Varla chunk, suddenly that goes up. Oh, actually, hold on just one second. I'm going to show you how this works. So, aggroed on Reyna. I start attacking. That's 1 hit. 2 hits. Wait, can I aggro off for a second? And do this again. Hold on. We might just have new tech here. Oh my gosh. We have new speedrunning tech here. Oh no, Reyna. Oh no, this is not good. If I hit twice and then let the Ogress Warrior hit you once, that resets the aggro back on you and allows me to hit 2 more times. Oh, okay, sorry. No, okay. So that is the caveat there. But oh my gosh, that's interesting tech. We have tank tech. We have tank tech here. That's weird. Incredible. Yeah, this is new information. I've never seen that done ever before. Oh my goodness. I have never seen this used. Yeah, neither have I. This one was aggroed on me in the first place, but I mean, I could literally de-aggro, but then, like, if you bonked him, no, he would still be aggroed on me until it completely de-aggroed. So I'd have to, like, leave the area and then come back. Yeah, I have never seen that used. That is interesting. Oh, we're doing some Josh's and gaming stuff right here. Oh, this is gonna... Then again, this is reliant on having a second person here basically aggro tanking for you. Maybe we need to... that gear's probably not the best for tanking warrior kills. But oh boy, that is interesting. Okay, Reyna, do you mind pulling this one again? We're gonna test it again just to make sure that see, it's aggroed on me. And if I leave here, we're gonna just see if it re-aggroes on Reyna. No, Reyna's literally used as a block. You could literally safe spot on Reyna, but if I leave, then I'm out of aggro. It's going to trigger on Reyna. And then we can go here, attack once, attack twice, move, and attack once, attack twice, hit, attack once. Oh my goodness. This is insane. You do lose like 6 ticks per kill, I think, or 6 ticks per rotation, because of course you're not getting that third hit in, because that third hit is instead re-aggroing onto the other person. But now I wonder if you actually need to... We're going to test something else out. Let me hit. Stay there. Stay there for a second, okay? Reyna, stay back there. Okay, we'll try it on the next one. We're going to see if it's just time-based, or if it's you walking back into aggro distance that makes this change. Also, less trips to the bank. Yeah, well, less trips for high speed. So it's aggroed on you. Walk a square back. Walk a square back, Reyna, if you can. Now stay there. Don't move. I'm going to bonk this twice. Stay there, please. Hold on. Bonk. I'm gonna move under. Oh, look at that. It's aggroed on me now. From 2. Okay, so it looks like it is specifically if looks like it is specifically if you're back in aggro range and I stop attacking. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try 2 hits. You being in range, we're gonna try to see if it's just the range itself. Hold on. I'm gonna get out of aggro range, back up so it can aggro on you. So it's aggroed on you. It's hit you. Okay, so what I want you to do is I'll hit this twice. Then stay there, but don't get hit. Move now. Okay, we want to try to time it and see if you can just back up after the second hit. So yeah, just walk back in, walk back out. Okay, hold on. I'll get my 2 hits in. Okay, now move out. No. You try moving out before you get hit, okay? So 1, 2 attacks, move in, move out. Okay, we gotta time this a little bit differently. Hold on. 1. We might actually just kill this straight up. Okay, so you're in range, move out. You want to move out right now before he hits you. Well, if we know he's gonna not. Okay, in and out. See, you got bonked again. We want to see if it's just you being in range that causes the aggro to switch. Obviously, it's not going to switch now. But we want to see if it's the aggro. So that one's aggroed on you. 1. Oh, okay. So no, that was because I didn't hit that one. Hold on. I'm going to get out of here again. So obviously aggroed on you. So I'm going to go 1 hit, 2 hits. And then I just want you to boop in and out. Okay, perfect. No, don't go back in. Don't go back in until I start hitting again. So I'm going to be 1, 2. Okay, so it does look like it's... I'm losing it. Yeah. We have too many lobsters here, so we're going to... no, it's okay, Reina. You're doing fine. We have too many lobsters anyways. I need to do a couple quicker kills to get some more inventory space. Because it still is quicker if I self-tank because I'm not losing out on any ticks. But yeah, this is really interesting tech. How will the runecraft levels work? Minimum to get rune or max rune unlock example with air level 1 versus level 99. Well, we thought about that. It is base extreme unlocks. So whatever the base extreme is, minus the cape. Whatever that is. So we'll have to see. It might be really rough. But we do have rune mysteries unlocked, right? So we do have access to the... We would have access to the... what's it called? The essence mine, if needed. So there wouldn't be any, like, incredibly horrible... wyvern grinds or anything like that. Yeah, that one's like, it is going to be base extreme. In the case of air runes, it would be level 88 for the diary task. Yeah, if we rolled the air altar, it would be level 88 for the diary task, which is rough. That is definitely rough. And that's probably a rule we're gonna have to... But then again, now here's the thing though, is with the group Ironman, you can have 2 people literally trading. The one person literally have triple rune speed. So we have one. Okay, let's go back here. Hold on. 1, 2. You're in range. You moved out of range. Okay, no. It's definitely it having to re-trigger and hit you once. That seems like the main trigger here. So yeah, that's the thing. Because if I hit it a third time without it bonking you, then it doesn't work. Okay, that is still interesting. Yeah, you got to take a smack. It looks like you do have to take a smack. That's all right. Well, I'm not gonna have you here for hours on end. This is actually it's interesting. The kills are in between me tanking and the halberd. Like, this is just effectively a much better halberd method, because it's like the tick difference between, okay, so it's on you. I got 1 hit. I got 2 hits. Come back in, take a hit. Bonk. 1 hit. 2 hits. Bonk. 1 hit. Yeah, so it is effective, but you're basically just, okay, so you weren't hit. Let me try this now. Oh, no, you were just hit there. Okay. 1, 2, and then you take a bonk. Thing is like, you can step in and you can pray melee at the same time. Yeah, if you step in and pray melee on the same tick, you can also save yourself from damage as well. Yeah, see, like that. That should be fine as well. I don't think it's the hit actually connecting. Huh. Yeah. Either way, I still have quite a bit more lobster to go through. If you want to help out like this, I'm more than happy to take any additional help here. Whether that be Reyna or whether that be anyone else. Good evening, Mr. ChunkMist. Thank you, Markolo. In the case of air runes, yeah, 88. 88 for the diary task. If we got the air altar, would be rough. It is a fun little task. Yeah, it's an interesting little... It's interesting. This is definitely an interesting kill method. That, I mean, it would reduce our lobster use significantly. But do I want to take advantage of an ultimate Ironman? Like, I don't have membership, unfortunately. Yeah, and unfortunately I don't want to do this on... this is a non-members area, technically. How the heck did this Ogress warrior aggro on... I think it's aggroing on you again. What in the world? How did that work? I've been hitting this thing the whole time and it aggroed on... Did you use a goading potion or something? That's crazy. Hey Markolo, it's going great. The grind is going great. It's definitely long. We are up to 1864 warriors, which is 1.5 times dry so far. Plus, of course, the 100 Shaman kills, so we're a little bit higher than that even. But, yeah, you know, it's... Oh my gosh. You dropped all those blood runes, it made a freaking whoosh sound. Reyna, don't do that. That's scary. Oh my gosh, that is 24.9... That is 24,000 blood runes. I'm gonna grab those. Can you imagine? It's like, oh, it picked up. Lamau. Yeah, I think I have drop sounds turned on. I got a cookie. Yeah, no kidding. A big old blood rune. Wow. I didn't know that was a sound effect that we had turned on. That's crazy. It was like, oh, like, oh my goodness. I hope that sound effect works with this drop too. I doubt it will. I mean, it's gonna be a... Yeah, angels, no kidding. It might be silent, who knows? I don't know if I have C Engineer turned on for this one. But yeah, no, it's the angels sound, probably for expensive drops. Holy blood rune stack. Yeah, that was a big blood rune stack. Well, that's the ultimate Ironman life, right? You gotta stack those blood runes up, right? Been doing a little bit of... Hold on, let's look up. See what your rune crafting level is. Yeah, 88. Okay, so you're doing the Zaya blood rune runs, which is super AFK, and you know... Or it's... This is what rune crafting looks like. Yeah, no kid. I would love rune crafting. We're at level 1. With 0 XP. Guardians of the Rift mostly. You got that many runes from Guardians of the Rift? That is... Yeah. Ultimate Ironmans frighten me, but also respect them. Yeah. I definitely have heavy respect for Ultimate Ironman for what they do. Death piling is just... I think that's the line in the sand for me, is death piling. Because it's just... Like, I wouldn't want that level of potential loss to exist due to death piling is weird. That's a kind of that's spooky. That's spooky. Not a big fan of the death pile mechanic. Okay, so our poll, death piling is spooky. Yeah, I would imagine it is spooky. I don't like when game mechanics force you to deliberately die. Like, even if it was like a 1 hour inventory, like, they just need to make it a little more... Well, that's the thing, is you're not using a bank, and you can't use a bank. That's the whole point of the Ultimate Ironman, but at the same time, like... Death piling is so rough. I would hate to do death piling. I'd hate to do anything wilderness related, because you'd have to death pile before heading into the wilderness. I know there is in the, what's it called? Ferox Enclave. I know there is that money coffer that you can put there. As one guy in Guardians of the Rift said, this guy's bank is a pile of nettles. UIMs destroy. Yeah. Yeah. Ultimate Ironmen are... It's a rough way to live. Getting a few free hits in here. There we go. There's 2. See, if you're not in range... See, you're two chunks... Like, you were 2 away, and it aggroed on the second one. I'm wondering if you go back 1... I wonder if there's also distance. I wonder if distance also changes the aggro stuff. So, that one's aggroed on you. If you stand, yeah, right there. I'm going to try to hit this next warrior twice. Because if I hit it twice and you were 1 chunk behind, it would aggro on me. But right there, I might be able to get 2 in and it not aggro me. I'm wondering if distance also has a little bit of play to it. Science. Yeah, this is for science. 1 hit. Nope. 1 hit was enough. Because it hadn't hit you in a long enough time. So it's specifically the hit that causes the bonk. It's the bonk that causes the aggro change. That's interesting. So it's not distance, it's not time, it's time after bonk. Which means that I bet if I used a different speed of weapon, I might be able to get 3 hits in. It might be... Oh, that's interesting. So what I'll do is, yeah, I'll let you bonk, and then what I'll do is I'll switch to punching for a second. I'll switch to punching, and then I'll try the halberd out as well. And we'll see if it's specifically 2 hits, or if it's tick-based. That might be interesting. I'll try to just start the kills with it. Okay, so this one, bonk. We're going to try... can you get bonked again just to reset the timer? There we go. So I'll try punching it. I'm going to just keep punching it and see if it's... Yep, it's timer-based. So, because I was able to hit 3 times... I was able to hit 3 without having to move. I bet you it's only 2 with... I bet you it might only be 1 with the halberd. So now it's tracking down how many ticks after the bonk. Ooh, that's gonna be... That's some science right there. Okay, okay. So what... I mean, we're definitely coining a new method of... Like, this is new. I have never seen this done anywhere before. So this has got to be a new method somehow. If one of us is doing the cycling, then maybe final hit with a slow weapon. It might be worth actually bringing the rune dagger, stabbing twice, then switching to the battleaxe for the 3rd hit. Oh my goodness. That might be a thing. Because of course the dagger is a 4-hit tick weapon. So I'm going to try punch, punch, battleaxe. Okay, you just hit punch, punch, battleaxe. Nope, see that's too long. So it looks like it's between 8 and 12 ticks, likely. I might have also been a tick late. Is chat going right now? Am I still streaming? Chat hasn't moved in a bit. I'm wondering, are y'all still there? We still there, everyone? Oh, geez, Del Plagues. You don't need to test it with another gifted membership line. Oh, my goodness. We were just quiet. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, woo! Looks like we got some more members. Oh, my goodness. This is gonna really... this is gonna do a number of... Yes, we're here. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. Now everyone's gonna be spamming things in the chat. Oh... You still going? Yeah, I'm still going. Oh my gosh, just cleaning me herbs at the Grand Exchange and watching. So sweet. Yeah, that's cool. Thank you so much again. Again, Del Plagues. Keep your... dang. That's what you call a disposable income at that point. Wow, that's... I think that's $100 this stream. That is insane. That is a lot. Plus, of course, you know, gaining membership yourself. That's $105. That's a lot of money. That's careful. Don't want to burst your wallet. Like, make sure that only donate if you can afford it. Like, that's... Oh, jeez. I was sorry. I was AFKing, looking at the donations a little too hard there. I wasn't able to do the trick. I'm also out of food now. Probably want to go back to the bank, grab the dagger, and we can try out different speeds of weapons. I'm leveling my black mage job, Final Fantasy 14, so just listening to the stream. Oh, that's fair, Marco. That is totally fair. Oh my goodness. Oh, my credit section's gonna be so big in the next video. Oh no. Oh, this is hilarious. Oh yeah, another Final Fantasy 14 player, yeah. Okay, so you got bonked. I hit. So I can do 2 hits with the battleaxe just fine. And then, okay, so bonk, punch. I was a little late. We're gonna wait for another bonk. Hold on. Bonk, punch, punch, battleaxe. Okay, so that is the thing. So it looks like if it was tick perfect, I think if I hit on the same tick that the Ogress hit Reyna, I would be able to... Looks like it's probably exactly... Yeah, a bit dicey. So inconsistently, you can get 3 hits with punching. You can probably get a hit battleaxe. Oh, yeah. Hold on. I'm getting a little low. I'm gonna have to halberd this one down. Have fun pronouncing everyone's names. I am gonna have fun pronouncing everyone's names. IRC, the gift subs are only low alc? I don't know if the gift subs are low or high alc. I don't know. I'll have to check. Hold on. I can check right now. Hold on. Let's see if they're low or high. I'm not sure if they are. Those are all high alchemy tier. Wow. Okay. Yeah, those are all high memberships. Oh my goodness. My poor bar graph is gonna go absolutely bonkers. Okay, so we're gonna try timing this again with the same attack tick. Nope, I was off there. Hold on. Okay, move back in, Reyna. Okay, 1, 2, battleaxe. Bonk. 1, to battleaxe. Okay, we have it. We have the exact time frame. So, we have 4 ticks for the... We're gonna just do 2 for now. This is way easier to do just for a moment. So it looks like it's 4, 8, and then 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 ticks. It looks like 15 ticks because we were 1 tick short. Okay, we're gonna go back and bank after this. So let me just get the halberd out. So it looks like it's either 14 or 15 ticks before the aggro timer is reset. What keeps you doing these grinds? It seems tedious. It is a little tedious, but the fact that if you're not streaming, I mean, well, that's the thing is like this right here. This is the grind when I'm not streaming, right? I'm not trying to find new tech to break the game. Definitely not. But I'm just kind of AFKing doing this. I'm either, you know, I have a friend group of my own on a different server that I join in. We play TFTs and ARAMs in League from time to time. And then I'll have this on the side because this is super AFK. Like, super AFK. This is like 100 seconds of not doing anything. So, you know, what keeps me going? The fact that this is super ultra AFK. If this was a high intensity... Reyna, you might want to move. You're getting bonked. We're teleporting back. Reyna, move. Reyna! Reyna! We don't want to lose... We don't want to death pile you there. Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're getting bonked. Let me just gear back up here. Wait, we can... So let's bring this. We'll bring the halberd because, I mean, there's a chance we still want to be able to AFK the things. We'll also bring our rune dagger to see if we can get 2 stabs and an axe hit in. Would you ever do League in a stream? No. We've tested out other games simultaneously while doing RuneScape, and it just, everyone leaves. It's not a good idea because it goes from an AFK chill second monitor stream, that's kind of what this is, to suddenly a very active high intensity like action focused stream, which is what I mean. TFT is less fast paced, but it still is much faster paced than old school is. And then League is just, I mean, League is League, right? There are enough League streamers out there. You don't need, like, there aren't a lot of old school chunk streamers. That's the niche that I have right now. And by going to League, that would just, oh my gosh, someone just got the Ranger boots. Dang. Yeah, going to League would wreck things. A lot of people like to hang out with RuneScape vibes and talk about something like solar and batteries and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Right? You have... I agree, I don't mind. Yeah, the second monitor conversations like this, where you don't have to talk all the time and you can just kind of like chill out in the background, listen to freaking this song on repeat, unfortunately. Chompy Hunt. Fortunately, it's not a terrible song, but I mean, it has been going for a while. Maybe I'll do a oh, I can set playlists. Go to shuffle mode. There we go. We'll go to shuffle music mode, so we'll get some different songs in here. We don't have too many songs because we haven't unlocked too many places. It was basically like the route up from Lumbridge to Varrock, Children of the Sun, the route directly from the Children of the Sun location down to the ferry, all of Alderaan, and then a few places that I've been on. I don't know if people agree, but I consider OSRS a main monitor game. Well, it's a main monitor game when you're doing active tasks, but there are a lot of other tasks that are done that are not main monitor games. Like, for example, you do a woodcutting grind, and a fletching grind. Those are not main monitor game. That's not a main monitor game. That is a second monitor fun time. Okay, so let's see if we can get this going with the dagger and the axe. So bonk, stab, stab, battle axe, swap, don't attack, wait for the bonk, bonk, stab, stab, axe hit. Bonk, stab. I think it's actually the dagger and the axe. I can definitely get a second hit in there, but I think because I use the third hit, it actually delays the attack on Reyna. So if I hit twice with the axe and then stop, like look at that, those are way faster hits, and then, yeah, hits sooner. This is actually also attack delaying Reyna, because if you look, like, the Ogress Warrior has a 4-tick attack, but this interrupts that attack. That's weird. That is so weird. Hold on, we're just gonna bury some big bones, pick up our lobster. We're full again, so we're gonna do some random hits as well. Best part is it can be both depending on what you're doing. Exactly. Exactly. Oh no, Reyna. You got the Shaman. See if you can kill the Shaman over there. True, but when I play something, I don't really like playing 2 games at one time, so I was only playing OSRS for 5 months without switching to something else. That is fair. I find that OSRS is great for certain things. Like, if you have an ARAM going and you're playing old school, that's rough. But if you have a TFT going with old school, like a TFT and this game, if you're doing a light grind on, like, that's really good. It depends. Like Balatro, Slay the Spire 2, all of those games are really good because you can play both of those at the same time, right? Again, I have too much lobsters. I'm too buttery right now. Yeah. Sorry, Reyna. Oh. Then you have just moments of calm and silence after a full conversation is just reaching its end. So it looks like, yeah, the Varrock Central Square. We gotta talk back about these starts. This one here. Just to catch people up, we're thinking of a new game mode. That's what this poll is for. I think you might have to scroll up a little for it, or it might be set at the bottom. But there is a poll that is based on a potential new group OneChunk Ironman, which is, of course, Telta Clan start, which is here, and then the Varrock Central Square chunk. And both have advantages. So that is what that poll is about. Telta Clan... I mean, the main advantage of this is you're getting to newer content. You're getting to the Gemstone Crab. You're working your way up. You're getting to Auburn Vale. You're getting all of this going. Whereas the advantage of here is, first of all, it is closer to sailing. So you would be getting into sailing quicker. Oh, plant. Yum. Get that run energy. Yum, yum. Varrock Central is just a classic starting spot. Yeah, well, Lumbridge is the classic. Like, the Lumbridge tile, that is the core starting spot most people use. This is kind of like number 2, I think. But when you're dealing with a triple combination, like, that might be, oh my goodness, we're 50-50 split right down the middle. Or, hold on. I'm going to end the poll now just to see what we got here. Yeah, so we have 50% at Varrock, 43% at Tulticlon, and 7% at Other. I'm curious as to what Other would be for you. So yeah, the dagger doesn't work too well. I think the best thing is to double axe hit, and then just wait. Because then the reset, the hit on Reyna here is faster. As opposed to the dagger axe. We'll try the dagger axe again, just to see. So there's the hit dagger, axe. And see, it's still delayed by the same amount before. Like, it's delayed based on the last hit. So, like, I don't know, which one's better? Which one do you think, Reyna? Which one, like... This is definitely a little more active, but the dagger hits so weakly. I was one tick late there, and suddenly... Oh, yeah. So it's definitely a little more finicky for the... for the dagger, it's definitely, it's like a 14 tick maximum before it resets. Yeah, the battle axe for sure. Yeah, the double battle axe hit is definitely the way to go here. If you're leaning heavy into storytelling and you mention Perilous Moons content, have you considered a Civitar Bazaar chunk start? Ooh. You know what? We could literally start. You know, that's an interesting thought. Okay, I got this warrior that kind of clipped through the other one. I gotta kill this one first. Sorry, Reyna. That's interesting. Civitas would be cool, like a native Varlamorian storytelling. Yeah, so we did think about the Quetzalcoatl Gorge, but that immediately has us going to 72 fletching off of regular logs, which is rough. And then, of course, you're so close to Huequatl that it's a dangerous start, right? Here would be a little less dangerous, right? You'd still have you'd still always be a chunk away via Quetzal to the gorge. Like, you'd have the gorge, you'd have here, you'd have the Teomat, you'd have Shipwreck's Cove, like, you'd have... no, there's a bird up in Auburn Vale, I believe, right there. Like, there's a whole bunch of chunks that you can be flown to from the Techland start, which gives a much wider variety of... once again, I am a little bit lobster heavy, Reyna, so just, yeah, take a break if you'd like. I need to chew through some of these lobsters. You could connect the chunk to all the cult stuff in Varlamore. You'd have to check how awful the chunk would be. Yeah, so we did actually do that already. We thought of a Twilight Temple chunk start where we'd complete the quest to get into the basement. So that we'd have that whole area with, like, the ice, the special ice rock crabs and stuff like that. We thought of Civitas as well, but then it's an immediate, like, there are some major issues. First of all, the Colosseum is scary at all moments. Because that's single player content. You have this now there are some major things in Varlamore that are super interesting though. Like, first and foremost, you have the Stonecutter's Outpost, which is basically discount Keldagrim. So you'd have access to all of the construction stuff. You have the house right there, and then on Alderaan, of course, is the home teleport. So you do have access to construction fairly early on, in that sense. So long as I'm not sure if the Stonecutter Outpost actually sells a saw though. The saw is going to be the main holdback for that. I have to do some research on where saws are. Yeah, the Rainforest start would be interesting because you can kind of go all over Varlamore with the teleportation system. Yeah, Varrock, I think, would be the best. It would give a lot more meaning. I think it would work. It's a nice first goal. Yeah, so, and I think ultimately that is kind of what we're leaning towards as well, as the Varrock chunk, mainly because, first of all, one away from Scurious, and also, like, there's multiple entrances you have there. You have Edgeville. You do need a little agility to go through that agility shortcut down in the sewers, but basically, if you unlock that, you have Scurious, you have Bryophyta, you have Curved Bones, so you stay relatively small for quite some time. But you also have access to a whole lot of stuff. Like, you have a bank, you have a smithing location, you have, technically, the Varrock agility is there. So if you wanted to lamp agility, you could technically do that. Yikes. But yet you have the staff store, the clothing store, the general store, the sword shop, the bow shop, every type of shop you want. It's all there and available. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep hitting these for a bit until my lobsters are a little lower, if that's all right. Yeah, I think the Varrock chunk would be good because Scurious would be a great first goal. And with access to all the tools in Varrock here, let's quit out of sandbox mode and reopen it up in bonk. Here we go, a reset. If we unlocked here, again, we'll take a look. This is the area we would have access to. Those are disabled. Addy weapons, mithril armor, oak logs, oak shield, the monster inspect spell. That's interesting. Why wouldn't it be high alchemy? Probably because I don't think there's nature runes there, is there? Oh no. Oh, okay. There's spoiler stuff going on in the chat. Let's avoid those. Don't want to spoil a series. Yeah, no nature, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think there's nature runes, so high alchemy isn't on the table yet. However, as soon as you hit here, suddenly you have moss giants, which I think does have a 1 in 8 drop chance of nature runes. And so, yeah, there's high level alchemy right there. Ooh, my ears are popping for some reason. That's weird. That was a weird feeling. Where did Raina go? Oh, you're over there. Ears are doing a weird thing right now. That's weird. Poor Verf. Rough. Yeah, so here, yeah, 72 fletching, 60 fire making, 40 defense, 85 cooking. Like, those are relatively high grinds, right? That's a hefty cooking grind. And let's see what we'd have to make that off of. Let's go to activity info and see what our cooking methods are. Cooked meat and sinew. That's rough. That's rough. Right? That's really rough. So, right away, if we started with these two chunks, that is a rough 85 cooking grind on nothing but sinew. That is rough. However, if instead we started with these two chunks, now here's the thing. I don't know if the other guys have put enough like visual stuff into it. Okay, so we have bread here with this. So if we unlock this first and then that, because keep in mind if we're doing the draw 2 pick 1, then yeah, let's see what the activity info looks like here. Then we have wines. We have access to wines because there's a grape spawn. So suddenly that's less terrible. And if there were 3 people world hopping for wine, for grapes, that might actually go a little bit faster. So regardless, it looks like this is a little bit rough for the cooking grind. Everything else seems pretty manageable. But if we don't unlock that, and instead, say we expand over like this. We'll use this as an example, and save Scurious for a future chunk again. Suddenly, let's see. Are there any locations that, oh yeah, no, this has fishing. We don't have a fishing rod, do we? Is there a way of skill training? None. So we don't have any methods at this point. We kind of almost want to avoid the palace until we get a decent cooking method. So it could have us like branching out all over the place. Because this would give us access to Keldagrim. And I'm pretty sure there's some stuff down there that allows us to cook some better things. You serious? There isn't? Is there really nothing down there? Oh, the shooting stars would appear there. Oh, that's rough. Activity info. Cooking. Still none. Just loaves of bread. Let's just... What are you doing? You're just dropping all your little drops over there? Is that like a little sacrifice? Shield upgrade. Oh yeah, nice. You got the shield. Hooray! Hey fellows, just watched Verf roll into... Oh no. Oh no. Okay, yeah, no, that explains why people are saying "oh no" in the clan chat. Oh man, they got the Inferno. That's rough. Man, I love map with corner gameplay content. Yeah. Hey, map with corner gameplay content has some positive perks. Inferno. Yeah. Oh, poor Verf. Poor Verf. That's... Oh, I think he might be dead. I think that might be the death of his account. Because can he do the Inferno with the stuff that he has? I don't know. He hasn't really rolled any really good, like, weapon or armor chunks, has he? Inferno Jad plus getting pets. Yeah. Verf got Inferno. Apparently. That's what I'm being told from the chat here. Verf, no, yeah. Verf is gone. A good time to start an extreme OneChunk Ironman, I guess. Oh, speaking of, yeah, no, that's something else that we have to think about. If we start in the Varrock chunk, we can work our way down here, and as soon as we get charter ships, like, the Karanja volcano is not... Like, that is... He has to grind Inferno, not just beat it. Yeah, he has to grind Inferno, right? So, that is rough. And that's also a good, like, if we're thinking, okay, what is a Varrock start going to do for us? It might bonus a bit. Because if we go down here and unlock the Inferno, then there's going to be 3 players that are forced to somehow funnel all of their everything into one person who is going to have to do the Inferno. And none of us have done the Inferno before. Like, that is content that I have never touched before. We're going to go back to our halberd for a bit. Just while we talk about this. So that is one of the big downsides of the Varrock start. What are we discussing? We're discussing a potential new chunk account that is going to be a group damage style locked system. It's kind of neat. I don't think Inferno should be forced. Well, that's the thing, is if you're playing with extreme rules, you have to, like, to be called an extreme one-chunker, you have to make as few exceptions to your rules as possible. So this account's dying? No, this account's not dying at all. I want to use this as my every 2-week upload kind of thing. But the thing is there's a certain level of production that I want to try to shoot towards, that having to produce videos every 2 weeks is not going to allow me to get to that level. Like, I want cinematic cutscenes, and I want, like, high-level editing, storytelling, stuff like that. And with a 2-week... it's really tough to make something like that in a 2-week time frame while you're also grinding chunk stuff. Now, if I had... There are times where I'm just grinding. I need to calm down. And if I have 2 accounts going at the same time, because, like, this is not all too hard, right? I'm going to be grinding Ogress Warriors for who knows how long, and then I'm going to have to be grinding Bull Sharks for who knows how long afterwards, right? That's how she rolls. But while this is going, there could definitely be a second game going on right below it, which is a completely different grind, right? Like, there's no reason you can only play one chunk account at a time. So there are some times, yeah. The names of modern snowflakes are crazy. Thematically appropriate combat style, locked extreme group Ironman, and Knuckles. Yeah, no kidding. Oh my, exactly. Do you think that grope lock might be fun to switch up their starting chunks? Oh, group lock. Grope lock. Yeah. Now, it might be interesting. You just actually sparked an idea for me. Because if there are 3 people, wouldn't it make sense to have 3 starting chunks that are all connected, of course? But if we could choose our first 3 starting chunks, that might be interesting. Like, for example, and of course, we need to work out whether diagonal chunks are allowed or not. Because, like, we could have literally, you know, chunk here, and then chunk here, and that's our starting chunk. Right? Because if there are 3 people, it would make sense that there would be 3 starting chunks. Does it not? And then let's see what the cooking methods are there. There's cooked meat, and then there's nettle tea. You can make nettle tea. Oh my. Hold on. How much XP do you get for that? 52 experience when successful. That's literally nettle water on a fire at a cooking range. Heals 3 health, restores 5%. Item is used during the Gosahoy mini quest. There are gloves on the ground. Ooh, I think this would be good for starting, honestly. Agree, but I pitched it. Yeah. Why are you dropping all this tuna and swordfish and cod? I want it. I want it so much. Yeah, Reina, I would take a break for a bit. I think I'm going to focus more on talking about the chunk stuff, and I just kind of want to AFK with the halberd for a bit. Perks of the job, yeah. Yeah, go take a break. Go do some more. Are you in mining, or are you doing more Guardians of the Rift right now? Like, I know this is a nice little exception. Yeah, go pick up your lobsters. Don't waste that food. Waste not, want not. Gonna Sanji this thing. Riften, yeah. Well, I'd head back to Riften for a bit. Yeah, let's see. Do you do any Leagues content? I did not do any Leagues content, mainly because I wanted to focus on the Chunk account, because it was like a really intense segment where I just couldn't put in the time for Leagues. I definitely might do some Leagues, or some Dead Man mode, or some of those temporary game modes as kind of like one-shots or like short mini-series. Mainly just to... those things do help with the algorithm a bit. Unfortunately. Like, there's a reason why the market is saturated when those things come out, and that's because it is good for numbers. Which sucks, but, I mean, it is the reality of things. So, yeah. I might do it next time. Not doing it this time, though. So I didn't do any this time. Yeah, starting with something like this, if we allowed corners, would give us the nettle tea, which means if we did end up rolling that, boom bada boom, we suddenly have at least a method of training cooking up to freaking 85, which is Nettle Tea, which isn't, like, that is better than nothing. That's better than nothing. We'd have to be able to wear the Slayer staff. Oh, that would unlock the Edgeville dungeon, which includes a lot of stuff like that. Hold on. I'd love to stay, but I'm bombed with old school content today. I can show my favorite YouTuber who just put out a video. Yeah, who is that? Who's your favorite YouTuber who just put out a video? I'm fine with shills here. Give them a shout out in the chat. We can talk about them for a moment before you head out. Oh, Seal Chunk, man. Sir Camelot. Ooh, Sir Camelot just hit 96 health. That's he's been grinding hard, that's for sure. Oh yeah, the triple chunk. That might be so. Mad Season Show, blind Ironman content. Some of the most fun and infuriating to watch. Blind Ironman as in no guides and no skills, or is it like actually physically blind trying to navigate RuneScape? Either one of those. I mean, one of them's just he's never played RuneScape before. Oh, okay, that kind of blind. So it's even more blind than unguided. Now, is he using plugins? Is this person using plugins or anything? Something like Alien Food series. Yeah, that's what I'd imagine. But, like, completely blind to old school would be interesting. Starting out with these 3 chunks would be an interesting start. And is easily distracted, but also extremely dedicated and able to farm. No plugins or anything as far as I know. That's fair. That's... that does sound like a pretty interesting... I'd like to see the twist on Alien Food's... because that is basically Alien Food, but no experience with RuneScape. Which might be fun. Low Carb Mount is here. Hello. How are you doing? Got that drip here in the chat. Little fan. That's kind of neat. Huh. That is a neat outfit. Hello. Hi. Aw. I think you're going for the... Yeah, that's the black mask, right? You just have fun. I think Shaman mask will drop in the next 20 kills. Oh, I hope so. I hope so, MJ. When talking about the old school RuneScape series, I like Dan plays OSRS, Slayerscape speed. Oh, yeah, so Slayerscape was another very close in the pocket of something that I wanted to do. If the multiplayer chunk account does fall through, it'll be Slayerscape. Huh. 99 strength with the Colossal Blade from Giant's Foundry. I mean, the Colossal Blade has some advantages. That thing hits hard. Like, it is an underrated weapon, especially against larger enemies. That thing it's a heavy-hitting weapon. Especially, like, Sarachnis. Oh, you have the Colossal Blade at Sarachnis? It's like... one of the top tiers. Like, it's so good at Sarachnis. It's good at any large boss, honestly. You could probably do Duke Succulus kills with that. It would actually probably be pretty darn good with Duke Succulus. Except for the ticks. Like, because you have to back up every, like, 5 or 6 ticks during the Duke kills. It would be a bit tricky. Yeah, so Slayerscape was another option for me for a secondary series. It looked fun. Like, it looks fun. It looks really fun. Locking things behind Slayer tasks kind of gives that other side of like, you have to kill in order to skill instead of skilling in order to kill. It's almost like a flip of the basic procrastinating progress on Desert Treasure 2. Yeah, Desert Treasure 2 is a tough quest. It's one of my favorite pieces of content in old school, though. Honestly, it's the best quest Old School and RS3 combined. Both games, best quest. It's so well made. So well made. Desert Treasure 2 is by far my favorite quest in the game, and multiple games. Any game, really. I don't know of a better quest in any game, period. Yeah, hot take right there. Desert Treasure 2, best quest NA. Did Vardy the other day, just thinking about Duke today. Duke is much easier than Vardy. Duke is the easiest of the 4 bosses by a large margin. You'll get it in probably 2 or 3 kills. Like, it's that simple. It's literally like step, back up to avoid spikes. Step in, smack, go back. Oh, sorry. Back to main screen here. Step in, hit, move back to avoid spikes. And it's like every 5 ticks, and then when he hits 4 health, you do it every 4 ticks. And then he uses like an eyeball move where he goes, I see you, death, ooh, scary. You just hide behind a pillar. And then, okay, that's cool. And then sometimes he's like, ooh, I'm sick, I'm gonna puke poison. You just go over around to the other side where the poison isn't at, and you start bashing him from that direction. Like, it's, oh no. We're losing our warrior. Oh, okay, well, we're gonna have to kill this one before getting that warrior again, I guess. Oh, rough. Yeah, Duke is super, super easy. The mechanics are, I mean, it's definitely punishing if you mess up the mechanics. And there's actually setup in that one. So you have to run around and collect poison to wake Duke Succulus up from his sleepy nap time. But besides that, it's so simple. It's just timing. It's just timing. Like, there's no prayer flicking. You just pray melee. You don't have to touch your prayer book at all. It's melee combat. It's super simple. Duke Succulus is probably one of my favorite just chill out bosses. And you can get really good at it where, like, he does a bit of chip damage, which is unavoidable. So you do still go through a little bit of food, but you can prep multiple kills in a row using the first phase of this thing. It's interesting. It's a fun boss. My favorite boss is actually one of the least favorite bosses of a lot of people, though, which is Leviathan. I really like the Leviathan boss. I like how active it has you switching things. I have, like, going into shadow prayers to stun him, super fun. I really like the Leviathan. I beat the Leviathan. My first kill was with an Addy crossbow and freaking ruby bolts. Addy crossbow and ruby bolts. I killed my first Leviathan. And then I started farming it using a rune crossbow. I upgraded to a rune crossbow before I started farming it. But normally, like, people who farm that boss are in, like, they have T-bows and they have all this really heavy stuff. And it's like, no, yeah. It's funny because it's also, Desert Treasure 2 is also home to my least favorite boss, which is the Whisperer. I do not like the Whisperer. I am terrible at the Whisperer. I just don't have the DPS when I played it, because I played it on my group Ironman. I did not have the DPS or the tankiness to be able to survive that final phase. The Whisperer is rough. That is a rough boss. That's the one boss I do not want to... Like, that's a tough one. That's a tough one for me. Back to this idea, though. This would be interesting. Not only do you have Cristelia, Slayer Master, early on. So, I mean, you'd immediately get locked out of it because it's all Wilderness Slayer, unless you get, like, Earth Warriors in the Edgeville dungeon, which then you might be able to do a little bit of. Or Chaos Druids. Like, it would have to be literally a task that's found in the Edgeville dungeon. Or you'd get immediately locked out of Slayer. But it would be nice to have that. Now, as I said, a disadvantage of this is you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 chunks away from the Inferno. Okay, that's bad. That's 9 chunks away from killing your account. And if we played with diagonals, hold on, that would be even fewer chunks. Because you can go 1... Can't diagonally cross there. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 chunks away. That's 7 chunks away from being an account ender. The Karamja Volcano is... The Inferno is by far the biggest run ender in the game. Now again, if we start with Druidic Ritual unlocked, we would have access to potions. Okay, so that might work. We might be able to do a kill, but if we started over here, let's see the fastest way. If you can't walk to the mainland of Karamja, you need a boat. Yeah, exactly. That's why I went to Port Sarim, to then go to Musa. Port Sarim, boats to Musa Point, then over. But from here, it's an extra few. The MSQ does not tell you to do X's, lol. Those are blue quests and are very much side quests. What's MSQ? What? Sorry, Ahamaya, you're gonna have to... Oh, you guys are having a conversation on Final Fantasy. Apologies. Oh, jeez. Okay. Hold on. Just going through comments here. Got here a little late. The multiplayer. How would area borders for each player on unlocks work? We would unlock the area board. We would all share a single map. We would all share a single map and all roll as a group. So all 3 of us would unlock the same chunks at the same time. We would all need to work together to get the chunk requirements. So for example, the 58 cooking required for this area, only one of us would need to get 58 cooking. Which is kind of neat, right? It's a divide and conquer style group chunk extreme Ironman. Like it's a really unique concept. I think it would be really fun. But starting here, 7 chunk rolls away from the Inferno. Here, technically, if we started here instead, say we started with these 3 chunks or something. Technically, we're 1 roll away from the Sunrise Palace, and then that takes us to here. So it does add another 2 different chunk rolls to the potential direct line to the Inferno. But in that time, what are the odds of us getting any of these other rolls and getting to Camtorum? Right? If we get Camtorum, suddenly, oh, we have tier 80 gear. We might actually be able to... Big fan, good luck with the Shaman Mass ChunkMist. Thanks, Simon. Where's Simon? There's Simon. Thank you very much. Appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, Ooh. Having those extra 2 chunk rolls from the Inferno and a solid potential of unlocking Camtorum before we hit... before we hit the Inferno is probably going to be the saving grace. Because can you do the Inferno in Moon's gear? I'm almost certain you can. Almost certain you can. Especially if we also hit up the Colosseum and get that that other ranged weapon, the tier 75 ranged weapon. Yeah, I'll have to talk to them about pets as well, because rolling for the Nibbler pet might be a little rough, but it also might be what is needed to make this an interesting high risk series. Sorry, you only have to do the alliance. Oh, that's more that's more Final Fantasy talk. It's interesting. Thank you, Simon, for dropping by. I appreciate it. Oh, you have the KBD pet? The Prince Black Dragon. That's it. That's a cool pet. I like that. And thanks for stopping by. Oh, yeah, you got your... Oh, the monkey. That's one of my favorite cosmetics as well, is the monkey backpack. I know how rough that is to get that. That's a lot of agility laps for a cosmetic. Well, time for me to go. Yeah, well, thank you. Thanks, Low Carb, for... Good luck on it soon, yeah. Hopefully we get it soon. Yeah, we've been going for almost 3 hours. We'll probably do a bit more. Probably another... Or no, we've only been on for 2 hours? No, we world hopped 2 hours ago. Huh. Yeah. The more I'm thinking about it, the more a Camtorum start is starting to make sense, because it gives us the potential to gear up before we accidentally roll straight into the Inferno. If you think about it, the Inferno can be gotten through the Karamja volcano or from Crandor. Because, like, if we start... If we're over here, the odds of us unlocking Dragonslayer 1 is also not entirely 0. We need a few pieces in Ice Mountain, we need down in Melzar's Maze, we need the Lumbridge and the Port Sarim chunks. So there is a moderate chance that we actually unlock the Dragonslayer quest. Wait, huh? Oh, talking about ChunkMist. No, we're not. We're not talking about ChunkMist. We're talking about the other series. And about how we would roll into Crandor. And that would cause the Inferno grind. ChunkMist, we're already in slightly dangerous territories, but there's nothing we can do to stop that. There's nothing we can do to stop the dangers that are with ChunkMist. Plenty of... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Tiger, they're talking about Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, don't worry about that. Crandor has a lot of prerequisites and 32 quest points. Yeah, but, again, if we're in the Varrock area, there's going to be a lot of quests that we're going to be able to complete, right? Like, this is such a quest-heavy area that likely the Champions Guild, likely the Champion Scrolls, including the Earth Warrior Champion Scroll, thanks to this, but honestly, that's a small price to pay for having a cooking method. For the big 85 cooking grind that is accompanying this particular chunk. But the more I think about it, the more I think Camtorum might be the better the better chunk start, just because it gives... There's only one route back over here, which is this chunk, followed by that chunk, and then you start exploring. And keep in mind, like, we could unlock Scurious fairly soon that way as well. It's just 2 additional chunks away. The Camtorum start is starting to make more sense, because it does give us a little bit more of a buffer for bad rolls towards the Inferno. Who am I kidding, though? What am I thinking? We have a choose 2, pick 1. We're never gonna choose the Volcano chunk. So unless we have the Crandor chunk and the Volcano chunk both being rolled at the same time, the odds of that are so incredibly low. Oh, with the choose 2, pick 1, we can almost guarantee we get the Camtorum start, though. And then be able to go right into Varrock and kind of pigeonhole us here. We can also move to Varlamore very quickly. Oh, okay. So I'm less concerned about the Inferno. Man, I was overthinking that way too much. Either start is going to be fine, because we do have the choose 2, pick 1. And frankly, we might just choose to pick 1 all the way over to the east and go into Mauritania. Who knows? Right? Go into Varlamore and Mauritania and try to work our way down to the Barros brothers or something. So would you pre-complete both quests to start Quetzal travel if you started in Taltaclan? That's another good question. It depends on what that requires. Let's see, hold on. That's in the Sunrise Palace. That is the... It's not the Twilight's Promise, is it? Is it Twilight's Promise? Second quest, yeah. Which recommended 40 combat. What's the combat? Oh, yeah, we have to do the stuff on the top of that. It might be worth it. Honestly, what if instead of a chunk start like that, we have a chunk start that looks like this? Because those are the areas that we'd basically be starting with. They're all connected by the birds. The birds are in all three of these locations. And if those three are our chunk starts, that could be interesting. Okay. So let's theorize on this a bit. So we don't have access to any of that lower area. What about this one? Access to that. No access to the northern area. What about this kind of a start? Help this man. Leo needs you, Simon! Simon, help with the graves! You may be latered. Oh no! Probably has it turned off or something. That's unfortunate. Yeah, add Children of the Sun. We'd need Children of the Sun for this. Oh, those are still turned on. We need to turn those off. Hold on. Bonk. We'd start with a 55 thieving, 30 prayer, 61 fletching for mahogany, 50 fire making, 1 crafting, 50 wood cutting grind. We'd have an iron dagger. We'd need to complete Children of the Sun, of course. Twilight's Promise up to step 1 because we'd need, of course, that roll there. I think that unlocks all of Twilight's Promise. Up to step 5A. Oh, you gotta also talk to the knights at the pub, which is here and then down there. Okay, no, the pub is there, so we need this chunk as well. Let's just see what the minimum chunks required for Twilight's Promise is. This is just interesting. Twilight's Promise up to step 5A, 5B1, 5C1. Oh, yeah, no, we literally need to unlock the Colosseum in order to have the full start for that quest. So it might be an exception to unlock the rule to start here like this, which would be interesting because if we think about it, you only need to start Twilight's Promise to interact with the birds. Yeah, we wouldn't have to complete Twilight's Promise. We would just need bird access, right? We do have to progress a little bit into Twilight's Promise. We wouldn't have to complete it, but we would have to get a ways into it to start it. But yeah, unlocking Twilight's Promise for that, and then getting to this point where we have those 3 chunks would honestly... Oh, and then depending on whether we play with... Like, we could play with... Like, just look at these chunk rolls as an example. Turn that off. Like, the first roll would be like this. It would be even more if we played with diagonals, but I don't think... I think for simplicity's sake, since it's not ChunkMist specific, I think we play standard. But having this as the starting chunk roll would be really cool, right? Right? That would be cool. That would be an interesting map and an interesting start. Would it not? And having to start with... You have fire making, fletching, prayer, thieving, and wood cutting as starting chunks. I guess you only need to start Twilight's Promise to travel via the birds. How far is it before you have to... before you get... Twilight's Promise. Let's see how far in you need to go before you get bird access. Where does Renu come in? Right here. So it is near the end of the quest. You have to do all of this, and then it's only here that you're given renew, and that's when you're given access to the Quetzal transport system and can travel to the Teomat, which is the big area up here. So it looks like, yeah, you'd have to do about 2/3 or 3/4 of the entire quest in order to access that. That is an interesting start, though. I really do like how that looks, and the fact that it gives you 11 different options. And then of course there's the roll 2 pick 1. Let's imagine we started like this. We got all the tasks completed, and then, oh, roll 2. Here we go. We're gonna roll here. And then we have to choose between the Talati Rainforest. We have to choose between those two chunks. What would we choose? Right? And since we're going to make it so, like, when that rolls, we do not have voice communication. We cannot talk to each other. We just have to, from our memory and from basic research and thoughts, pick one of these two. Yeah, you have all the knights that you need to gather, plus the cutscene, which means you do have that combat in the Fortis Coliseum, because that one guy needs a sparring partner. So it would be a little bit tricky to start. Now, it would be a bit tricky to start there. Okay, so that is going to rule that out, I think. I think that is going to rule that out as a start, because, yeah, that's a little too much. We don't want to be able to do that much combat to the beginning. It's funny because 2 people can control the other one with a bad grind. Yeah, you definitely could. That's the thing, is that's why I picked the people that I picked that were gonna work with this, is because I know these people also don't want super troll grinds, but at the same time, if 2 people think, gemstone crab, and they pick the gemstone crab chunk before they pick something else that might be like say for example the Talati Rainforest. Say this chunk had a mithril pickaxe drop somewhere. Instead, no, you're just grinding out coal in this chunk with a bronze pickaxe, when you could have made a 1 chunk detour to get a pickaxe spawn over here. Like, there could be moments like that that are accidental and super fun. Okay? So, yeah, this could be interesting. Oh, or you know what? No, let's start the Locust Oasis. Let's start with the what's it called? The Riveting Tale of a Lily Pad Labor Dispute. Let's start with that quest, because clearly that's the best quest in the game, right? I know, I was in the call when you were making this. Yeah, there were a bunch of people last night. It's hard. It's honestly hard to keep track of who was in there. It was also 2 a.m. when that call was being made. Like, when we were in that Discord, it was 2 a.m. First goal of the account: defeat the evil frog. Yeah, that's our first boss kill. Is the Lord of the Damned, or whatever the frog's name is. That would be funny. Or the egg quest. Well, the egg quest. Ooh, start with the egg quest so everyone has egg. Call it egg chunk. Scrambled. That's the quest. But that already requires 38 construction, 36 cooking, 35 smithing. They're not boostable and required to start. Plus, you have to kill a freaking level 106 red dragon, which can be safe spotted, but still, that's a rough one. That's rough for starting out. But yeah, we'd need construction for that. I think if we went just Children of the Sun start here, first of all, it would, there's the raft teleport, I think. Yeah, from right here, this river, they can take us all the way up here. So our actual starting rolling chunks would be, like, if we started with these 2, we'd have this, 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 and then the raft takes us, I think, here and here. So those would be our starting rolls. North of 5? No, it's definitely here. That's the spot. 4 now. Oh, it's right there. Yeah. No, that's good call. Thank you. I forgot what that one was. That's the... So that would be what the chunk roll looked like to start, which is pretty interesting, right? What's don't you think you need a bank in each zone for group Ironmans to trade? This one has a bank. Techland has a bank. And if it was all three of those, okay, back to the triple start, back to this. All three group Ironmen can travel between those three. Like, we're rolling as a group. So all three of us would have access to all three starting chunks. Okay? Yeah, not a bad idea, right? Yeah, so we only need one of the three chunks with a bank. But they need to be connected somehow. Either through... either sideways or through a teleportation method. We actually also thought about the same thing with Zaya as a potential start. But then you also have the Korend Catacombs and Chambers of Zarek, and like there's a lot of nasty pitfalls in... Yeah. So it was going to be either Varlamore or Varrock as starting. Right? This would be kind of interesting because you could like swiftly... Like potentially you could have this, you could roll 4, and then boom, you've rolled up to the Nemu's retreat. Oh my gosh, I'm getting my butt kicked here. Hold on. Moving back. There we go. Let's use this as an example. We can access that. We can't access that or that. Okay. So say we rolled up to Nemu's retreat. Yuck. Oh gosh. 99 Hunter would be required for catching a Wandering Lucky Impling. Magic trees. Yeah, that's the thing though, is the fletching grind would be easy with this area because you then have the totems. You have totems here. And totems make the fletching grind way faster. Oh, you bumped that one. Looks like we're gonna have to world hop again. That's a shame. Unless someone wants to kill this who's a high level character. Does anyone want to kill this this warrior? Simon? Simon, you got some melee gear with you by chance? You want to bump that ogre? Ah, okay. No, Reyna's got us. Nice, thank you. Yeah, if we get anything auto-attacked on us, unfortunately it's, I got you, thanks. We're gonna lure both of them into this little corner here. There we go, I can kill from here. Yeah, you can flinch kill that one. That's totally fine. This is rough. If we got up there, that's... Yeah. Oh, wandering implings are rough. We might have to turn that rule off. Turn off forestry XP. Oh, yes, because forestry... Nemu's Retreat has a forestry guy, so disable forestry event. So it is the forestry XP as primary source that would be the main... Okay, let's see how that would look with forestry. That would be hunter. Oh, I'm dying again. There we go. No, that would be wood cutting. Forestry events count as a primary way to gain XP in that. If we turn that off, then we should be pretty solid. Yeah, then it's just the 87 fletching, which would be really easy considering the totem. Oh, there's only one totem in that spot. That's a little rough. There's 2 totems on that chunk. One here. One here, one here, one here. There's 2? Are there 2 in the... Oh, yeah, no, there are 2. There's this one here and that one there. Okay, so we would have 2 totems in the chunk. Plus that's a bank. Plus that's... Yeah, that's not awful. Plus, of course, if we had all of this available as well... Say, if we took our time and cleared out this whole peninsula area, and then moved up here... Yeah, we'd have access to a lot. Do you need to do the mini-quest for access? Oh, yes, you probably do. And the mini-quest is right there. Ooh. See, now this is why I'm deaf. This is why the stream is so important. Because right then and there, you just completely destroyed us starting here. Because this would be awful. Because the only way out here is up through here. And as soon as you hit here, you got freaking magic logs. That is a terrible... That is an awful roll. Got some extra mithril arrows. Let me just bury these bones. Go back to this. There we go. We are full inventory here, so we're going to go back to the trawler for a sec. We will be back in a minute. If you want to leave, now's the time to disappear. If not, we'll be back in a minute. So, yeah. You have 100% solidified Taltaclon as not a great starting location. Because Auburn specifically is the issue. Now, if we started Auburn with 3 chunks, that might be another solution. Let me just bank real quick. We're gonna do some more. Plus, if you get the totems, you get a 90 fletching grind. Yeah, but 90 fletching with the totems is so easy when you have 3 people woodcutting and funneling all of that resources into one account, because only one of you needs to get 90 fletching. That's the thing with group. That's how we're gonna get through a lot of these cool grinds, is using group tactics. One of us needs the 90 fletching grind to get the item. Right? That's not terrible. If you have 3 people hitting maple logs, getting all of that gear, you're only having to do a third of the woodcutting grind. Right? That's a lot more manageable. Let's see here. Hold on. Do we have any more salmon? Yes, we do. We're going to eat through some of our salmon. And a lobster. And then we're going to grab our quicker gear and our coins. There we go. All right, we're coming back. Oh, a little tall there. Wasn't in my screen anymore. I sat up. Well, speaking of, make sure to drink water. Or coffee, or whatever your preferred liquid of choice is. Gotta hydrate. Keep hydrated. Don't want to die. Nobody dies on my stream today. Thank you very much. Zaya blood loop time, then I return. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Okay. This will be the trip you get the mask. Trust. Yep, no, this is definitely the trip. I can feel it too. Auburnvale is just one of the best places in the map. It feels like it has everything and is also decently accessible. I mean, Auburnvale is definitely an interesting start. Yeah, you have the dragon arrow that you would need to get. Where do you get dragon arrowheads from? Oh, the cleaning dirty arrow tips. Because Auburnvale would be an interesting role. Like if we... Here, hold on. Bunk. If we started with these 3 chunks instead. You have 30 attack. There's an addy weapon here. We got 7 cooking for a baked potato. It's from the totems minigame. Yeah, exactly. We got the Ewer magic shield, the 40 defense. We got to get 75 farming to grow a magic tree in this chunk, because we do have a farming spot for trees. Only off of trees. Again, that's kind of a... I mean, a lot of people put farming on passive, so that would be less of an issue. There's an air staff, there's the Twitcher gloves, magic shield. You'll be able to complete the Veil Totem mini quest. The retreat area has more farming. Where's... Oh, Nemu's retreat also has farming? Yes, it does. So there's a patch here and a patch there. What patches are there? What types of patches are there? Do you know, Lord Freyr? Tree and flowers. Tree patch is the Nemu's. East Auburnvale is a flower patch. Belladonna is north. So this is a Belladonna patch or a flower patch? Probably a Belladonna patch. Belladonna, yeah. Okay. And then there's a tree patch down there. Which you would get a lot of... So that is a potential spot? The more I'm thinking about it, the more it's making much more sense to start in Varrock West. Or East. In the Varrock core. It's been a while since I've booted up my Auburnvale chunker. Yeah, no kidding. Am I just punching this guy? What the heck? Why was I punching him? Maybe all the punch damage will make the warrior, I don't know if that was weird. Yeah, the more I think about it, like, this is... I respect the punches. Yeah, thanks, Simon. I'm thinking more and more the Varrock chunk is the best start. It gives a good variety of different things. It has access to a lot. Ooh... Let's just see how this would look. That gives us access to a mine. What would that entail? Okay. Let's say we expand it up there. That's still not bad. Say we expand it up here to the lumberyard. What would happen? We're just sandboxing here. This is 60 fire making. Okay, 85 cooking. Yeah, we knew that already. Bronze dagger smithing, so we'd have access to bronze bars. Okay. Somewhere in there is access to bronze bars. Let's take a look. Skeleton drops the bronze bar, or we can smelt with superheat item. So there's a couple ways of doing that. Okay, so that's not bad. I still think this, and this would work. Or, hold on. Now we could go like here, here, and here with the boat. With the boat accessing. This would be... Okay, hold on. Because we can play around with the river. Let's just say we have access to the whole chunk. Just for kicks and giggles here. Because the river lum is also something we could play with. Because we don't necessarily have to be connected. Like, wait, no, that's a corner chunk. We can't do that. Mine a size 9 shooting star. Ugh. Yuck. Hold on. Now this is interesting. We can sort by shooting stars. Okay, so there's a shooting star there. And there is a shooting star that appears there. Why didn't the shooting star task start here? Do stops on the raft for starters. Yeah. We'll play around with this until we find something that's comfortable. Because like we could have a Lumbridge, then a Champions Guild, and then an Edgeville. That would be access there. Let's see what this would look like. Okay, Slayer Master access, so Leaf-Bladed Spear, 50 attack would be required. Okay. Baked Pita Bread, Let's look at our cooking methods. Nettle tea still. And we have fried onions. Ooh, fancy. Fried onions. Yum, yum, yum. Okay, let's see. We'd have to wear rune armor, burn you logs, use staff, slayer staff. Oh, because we have access to the basement. We could technically get the slayer staff E. 70 smithing. Oh, this is scary. Why is that? We have addy ore and mines, and we have, oh, of course, we have the furnace here, and we have an anvil here, but of course, this anvil only works with bronze items, so we'd have to literally smith bronze until we could get freaking... No! No, we don't want to. No. No. Ew is right. Ew is right. Ew. Ew, ew, ew. Ew, we're not doing that. Oh, that's gross. Oh. Okay, so let's think about other chunks then. Nope. Yep, nope. Easy nope. That is gross. That is gross. Using bronze only items to get to 70 smithing. No. Yuck. No. What? Easier nope of your life. No, I mean, that's worse than our current grind, which is using an iron bar spawn to hit 68. That's 70, 2 levels higher, plus... Yeah, as someone who got 1,000,000 XP off bronze bars only, disgusting. Exactly. But, oh, yeah, rough. That's rough. So, now that we have mapped out shooting star locations, because this is what this is. We can see shooting star locations with this. What are these? The dots. What why are they different colors? I don't know what the different colors mean, but those are the shooting star locations. Nothing on Taltaclon. The closest thing for shooting stars would be in the Custodian Mountains and way over on the Salvager Outlook. That is an interesting thought because, like, we do have... Okay, let's think of some more connected starts. Ooh. What about a Keldagrim start? Keldagrim entrance is up there, I think. Is it that northern chunk? So you have there, and then we have the mine, Ice Mountain Dwarven Mine chunk. Starting like that. Let's say we have entire access to all those chunks. Just for kicks and giggles. This is probably even worse, honestly, because then we have all of Keldagrim. Yeah, 99 smithing for rune plate bodies. That would be a rough one. Because you probably have, yeah, view methods. I mean, you have bronze, iron, steel, mithril, addy, and rune from those. So, I mean, that would be a smithing grind. Yeah, let's not start there. Which means the ground exchange is kind of dangerous. Wait, then why are these three not a 90 smithing grind? Or are they? No, smelt a bronze bar. So it's this chunk. It's either... Where's the rune from? Does anyone know where the rune's from? Is fletching really that bad when you have 3 peeps funneling logs into a 1 fletching level? Yeah, no. Fletching is negligible. Same with mining, same with smithing. You have 3 people funneling into 1 account, right? But 99 is going to be rough. Regardless, right? And we're gonna try to want to avoid pre-90s within a few chunks. Let's say we unlock just the general area of Varrock. Let's see if there are any level 90 grinds in this area. For Taltaclon start. It would be rough. See, even with this, it's still... Why is it only 1 smithing? Smelt a bronze bar. We have a furnace here, unless... Oh, we have no access. As soon as we get that chunk, though, I bet you this gets way higher in the smithing. Hold on. There we go. There's the 99 right there. Runite bar from the Bryophyta's layer drop. Hit. Hit. Yuck. No. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, so Bryophyta, specifically the Edgeville chunk, is stranger danger as soon as it's connected up with the rest of this. So, that's, like, Edgeville's a pretty deathy chunk. Because as soon as you get that access, or you get agility training, if you have an agility training method and can get through that pipe, suddenly you have access to Obor, the wilderness, that side of things. Wait, Bryophyta. It's just Bryophyta in a furnace, right? So if you had access to... hold on. Let me just see what would happen if we did this. Would this be a 99 smithing grind? No. Is it this chunk specifically that makes the 99 smithing grind? It is. Why? Why is this chunk the one that makes the 99 smithing grind? This goes from level 1 smithing to level 99 with that. Yeah, that has 1 smithing. If we stretch down to here and we grabbed all the ores over here, is that going to be 99 smithing there? No. We're smithing. Still level 1, although you have access to... You have access to iron rocks down here. Why would that not be an iron ore grind? Because you have a furnace here. You have access from that chunk to that chunk. Pickaxe or ores versus outside drop rate limit. Well, I mean, it's a 1 in 8 drop chance that we have this set to. Is coal limited to Barbarian Village? I'm pretty sure that... Is there coal down here? No, there's copper. There's copper and tin here. Maybe... Oh, I bet you it's a pickaxe. I bet you we don't have a pickaxe. I bet you there's a pickaxe spawn here. Bronze pickaxe. That's it. We can't mine until we hit this chunk. Barbarian Village has a pickaxe. That is why that's a danger chunk. Okay, that solves that. It's the pickaxe. It's the lack of pick. Because as soon as we hit this chunk is a 99 smithing grind from the rune bar drop from Bryophyta's lair. I'm gonna have to talk to the guys about this as soon as they're on tonight. This is... Huh. Stream check. What's worth? 99 smithing with a bronze pick or 87 fletching without totems? That's a great question. It's... No, it isn't. It's 99 smithing with a bronze pick. Which means... Back to Tiklan as a reasonable method. But then again, I think you only have access to... Oh, there's a saw in that area too, which means construction's like immediately unlocked once it's available. There's a... Oh, whoa, hello. Okay, too many things going on. There we go. There's a bronze axe right here. I think that is the wood cutting... Oh, wait. Hold on, there's a store in here, isn't there? Yeah, there's stores in here. How else would we get mahogany? Because, like, this has a high woodcutting grind, which means there's gotta be some sort of an axe in this area. Oh, another rune battleaxe drop. Snag the next guy. Yeah, let's turn that off, turn these on. How are you chopping mahogany logs? Let's see the details there. A bronze axe from the general store. Okay, so the question is, would you rather have 87... Would you rather have 87 fletching with 3 people using bronze axes? Let's expand this and see if we can get an iron axe out of this. So say that is what we have. Because that does not unlock totems, unfortunately. And that is the magic shield grind with... Let's just use our Control F and look up axe. Felling axe handle. Okay. Is there a smithing grind here? No. I think, yeah. I think it's literally 87 with 3 people funneling logs into one person's account. For 87 fletching. That is 75 cooking, 75 fire making as well. Plus the cooking. Honestly, this, like, it's a bad... Like, once you get there, it's kind of bad, but at the same time... Is it better than a 99 smithing grind? Yes, very much so. It is better than a 99 smithing grind. Ooh. But is it better than a 99 smithing grind if we had better axes? Right? Because over here, if we had the Grand Exchange... If we had these, and we rolled that, we would have, like, these 4 chunks alone would give us a 99. No, that's an 88 smithing grind. Okay, let's say we connected there. There. Then we should be able to access... Oh, yeah, no, we don't have access to Bryophyta. So that is an 88 smithing grind, but also, this would give us access to... let's see. What's our best pickaxe here? What kind of a pick? I think we have a rune pickaxe with this. Can't you buy rune pickaxes in Keldagrim? We have a bronze pickaxe. Oh, we got Quizmaster. Hold up. We're gonna do this real quick. Also, Keldagrim isn't open. Why isn't Keldagrim open? Is it because you need to access there once first? I think it is, yeah. It's behind the quest. We're taking the mystery box, but we are not opening it on... yeah, we're not opening it here. Because there's a chance we get a rune bar, and then we're stuck in a freaking rune bar grind, which we do not want on ChunkMist. Yeah, so... It's stuck behind the quest that starts up there at the Keldagrim entrance. Okay. So that's a bit of a bust. So you can at least smith better axes. So Yeah, what we'd need to do is we'd need to avoid the barbarian chunk until we had access to at least a slightly better pickaxe. Because this area, in general, is fine. Like, this area is well-rounded and fine and no major issues. Until you get a pickaxe, in which then it becomes a 90 mining and 99 smithing grind. So you just gotta avoid pickaxes at all costs. Until you can get a good pickaxe. Like, for example, if we had access to the Dwarven Mine, then it wouldn't be too terrible. Like, if you started... If say this was your starting... Let's imagine this is the starting chunk. Smith and iron plate body, you'd have a rune pickaxe, have a whole bunch of iron stuff to start with. Ignore Children of the Sun. You'd have the Motherlode Mine, instant access. And the Volcanic Mine? Oh, I guess that's because you can get them from both Motherlode and Volcanic Mine. But then again, a series called The Miners is probably not a good idea with how YouTube is is right now. So maybe we avoid that. Do any of you have... yeah, laughing emoji. No kidding. So let's we have explored a few options. What about... Let's get some ideas from the rest of you, because there were some people who said other. See where some other options might be. Called the Three Dwarven Miners. Oh no. Crandor start clearly is where we need to be. Oh, that would suck. That would be awful. Crandor start. Okay. So we thought maybe, the Isle of Souls might be interesting if we started here. But then that just leads right back to Edgeville and, of course, the wilderness with the lever so close. Oh, speaking of, the Edgeville does have the lever chunk, so if we were to pick Edgeville, this would be immediately rollable as well. Hunter's Guild start. Let's see how that looks. Say we started the Hunter's Guild. Say we have access to the whole chunk. Best in slot weapon, unarmed. Obtain iron knife. Well, that's not too hard. Let's say we started with these 3 chunks. Iron scimitar would be our best weapon from the path. There's a path that has a scimitar. And a knife, apparently. Yeah, there's a knife spawns, an iron knife spawn in the Hunter's Guild, and there's a scimitar somewhere around here. What about a Camtorum start? What about an actual Camtorum start? Like, we unlock the requirements and prerequisites to enter into Camtorum. What if that was the start? That might be a fun series. All Moon's Gear. Yeah, it would literally be a Moon's Gear from nothing. That would be an interesting quest, though. That would be but then again, if we're split up to melee, range, and mage, and you can, and you only have access to basically the what are they called? Sulfur blades. Ooh. How about this though? Gorge, shipwreck, salvager, the Gorge. Are we talking like the Dark Frost Peak? Shipwreck Cove Salvager's Outlook. That would be pretty interesting. Are you saying the Dark Frost? Like start with Huey Coatl chunk? Diagonal Quetzal. Oh. I guess you can pass through that. Let's see what that looks like. So you have access to all of that. Because I know this by itself is rough. Oh, actually, hold on. I think you might be onto something. Because the main reason we didn't want to start in the Quetzalcoatl Gorge was exclusively because we had a massive... Yeah, we had the U fletching grind with bronze axes off of regular logs. However... Yeah, it's still regular logs there. Let's look at wood cutting. Yeah. So, but, no, you got me thinking, though. Is there an area within 3 chunks of the Quetzalcoatl Gorge that has access to other logs? Because this is a flight area. Oh my gosh, hold on. Hold on. Renu comes in here. You can use... No, we don't have access to that. However, is there a way of... Can you traverse from... No, that's an agility shortcut. What if you started with these 3 chunks? See if that changes. Because we can access 3 chunks. Huey is... No, this is Huey. What if you start with these 3 chunks? Do we have a different wood cutting method? Nope, still logs and you. I think it's this chunk here that has access to different. Is this maples? Is this maples here that we get access to in this chunk? No, it isn't. Auburn Vale has Quetzal just north of its bank. Is it there? I thought the Quetzal was down here. I thought the Quetzal was here. Or is this the fairy ring? No, this is the fairy ring. So if that... I wonder... Yeah, but again, we'd have to unlock that, the Quetzal transportation for that to work, right? It is a bank chunk as well. Yeah. If I can somehow connect this... If I can somehow connect... Oh, wait, hold on. Can we get through here? Oh, hello. What about like this? I think we can. This is the gorge. You can walk through here. You can walk through here. You can walk through here. Diagonal movement there. And hit Nemu's retreat. Ooh. Ooh, we might have just found something. Hold up. Hold up. This might be an interesting start. If this allows logs, oak, willow, maple, yew, magic. It does have an 87 fletching because you do have magic trees now. That might be interesting. Ooh. And then, of course, you have access to the teleportation system here, so you can almost immediately roll into these. You'd have this roll, you'd have corner content, this roll, this roll. You'd have that roll, this roll, this roll. No, you'd have this roll. You'd have all of this from those 3. Ooh, 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 ooh. This is interesting. You technically have 2 banks. The Quetzalcoatl Gorge is really just... It's a nice place to start. Let's just look at these grinds real quick. So cooked rabbit, obviously easy. Linen yarn, 12 crafting. Let's look at these. View methods, string balls and strings to 12. Obviously that's easy. U-shield, attack monsters. What kind of monsters are there? Doesn't really matter. Getting 40 defense on rats would be a piece of cake in comparison to anything else. Burn magic logs, fletch a magic shield, but like we have access to... what kind of an axe do we have access to in these chunks? 'Cause if that's still a bronze axe, that's a little rough. Statue of the Eights, lumberjack. We'd need a lumberjack set. Petal garland. Log brace, golden pheasant egg, fox whistle. Because of course we unlock forestry here. There's a mithril axe before the fletching grind. Where's the mithril axe? In Taltaclan. I will take that into heavy consideration. Because if it's 3 people with mithril axes... Click the magnifying glass. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it's just a bronze axe and a bronze pickaxe in that area. Let's look. Let's say you have access to this whole ass area. We're going to find out where the better axe is. Okay? We're finding the better axe. Access to everything. Of course you do. It's going to load for a bit. We're going to use that search. Do you have a mithril axe? From red and blue dragons. From the dragon nest chunk. Where's the dragon nest chunk? Is that... Where's... I am not... I have never been to this area before, except for on Lorebound to specifically kill the gemstone crab. So I have no idea what this area is like. But yeah, a mithril axe would make that start where the hunter thingy is. So it's up here? There's a lot of hunter thingies. There's the river crossing. Hold on. Hold on. This is easy. Search bar dragon. Bones. Search. Yeah, where is the... It's in the Talati rainforest. Is it right there? Connected areas. No, that's the Tonali Cat. Dragon's Nest is up here. Okay, so the Dragon's Nest is right up here. Okay. So Dragon's Nest is here. And that gives a mithril axe. That's pretty big. 87... Yeah, 87 fletching. You know, honestly, the Techland's starting to look a lot more viable. Again. That's the thing, is it's so much back and forth of what's going to be the best way to start. Because, like, if it was just me, random start, go for it. Have, like, no problem. Enjoy, right? But since we're dealing with 3 people, right? You want to make sure that everyone's going to have as much fun as possible here. Because it's not just my live we're throwing out. Time to head out. Good luck on the mask. Thank you, Simon, for being here for so long. I appreciate it. Let's all say goodbye to Simon. There we go. Bye-bye, Simon. Appreciate you coming by. Whew. Yeah. I mean, just with those 4 right there, you'd already have the mithril axe. Right? Mostly the eastmost area, yeah. Hold on. Now, if we have to start with 3 chunks, would this not be optimal? That's the mithril axe right there. That might be the optimal choice right there. The mithril axe is a huge save. You also have mahogany trees. Yeah. So this And then, of course, here you have the rune shop. So, like, we're one away from rune shop and archery shop at all times. And, of course, if we're doing the pick one rules, the odds of us not getting this chunk is 0. We're eventually going to get that. Right? So we'll have access to runes. This doesn't have an initial rune grind. Except for a rune weapon, obviously, from the dragons. We'd have to be able to range them, or we'd have to flinch the dragons. We might have to flinch the dragons in order to kill them. I mean, it would be tricky, but would it be possible? I mean, I think it would be. Let's see. Pita bread. We have scrambled eggs, and we have Demania tea. I don't even know what that item is. Oh my goodness. We are learning something new. 4 hit points and 6 run energy, and it gives 68 XP. So that is a tea quest item for scrambled, but it looks like we can just make it when we want. That's probably our best food. Yeah, is it a... Now, yeah, we can train off of that. That's interesting. This is a really... I'm really liking this. Oh my goodness. Look at the gear. We'd start with a rune longsword, addy plate leg, addy full helm, steel plate legs, mithril kite. Yeah, best in slot melee weapon. Looks like our crush boy would likely be stuck with punching. We have the chunk rules set up so it includes our best in... Oh, no, those turned off for some reason. We're turning those back on so we can see... What's our best in slot? Crush. Time to go to sleep. Good luck on the mast. Thank you so much, Markolo. I appreciate it. Get those shark emotes in there. Oh, no, nothing happened. What about the horizontal line Ticklon to River Valera? So, if we went for this... Also an interesting grind. The problem is we're down to a bronze axe. Because the bronze axe is specifically in this. We could go like this. This would also be a valid... Oh, fletching, yeah. We're trying to avoid the grotesque potential of a high fletching grind without a half-decent axe. And this... The Rainforest River Crossing gives us a mithril axe, which solves that problem. There's also some mines here, but like, okay, say we have all of these areas. Thing is again, the meteorites don't spawn anywhere near this area. Yeah, we have Colmith and Addy, so we'd have one person probably getting up to Addy for mining, yeah. Mining adamant ore. With a bronze pickaxe. That is 70 mining with a bronze pickaxe. So we'd have one person basically in the mines the whole time. While everyone else is working on the fletching and the other grinds. Can smith if you have furnace access, though. Yeah. Oh, there's so much to think about. Smith the woodcutting axe. Yeah, we could definitely smith the woodcutting axe. Oh, hold on. Is that an anvil and a furnace in that chunk right there? Smith the woodcutting axe, yeah. Mithril two-hander, addy arrows. Where's the smithing grind? There's no smithing grind here. There's a furnace. Is that an anvil? You know what? We're gonna look on the main. We're gonna look here because the chunk thing is a little non-specific. We're gonna take a peek. Zoom in. That's an anvil. That's a furnace. That's a bank. Wow, that's a decent mining smithing location, which means, yeah, it's the pickaxe that's the problem. Okay. We could get a freaking Addy axes from that, from the Addy ores. So that's... okay. Huh. Weird. This is so much to consider. But at this... oh, man. Is the... now, is the anvil and furnace accessible, or is it locked behind a quest, like Scrambled? Does anyone know if that's the case? Because for that to be so conveniently close together, that seems like it would be locked behind something. Wiki doesn't mention a quest, and I don't recall any. Okay. Wield a rune dart. Oh, rune darts are red dragon drops. Mining, adamantite ore. I'm wondering how this is. Obtain an adamant full helm from the blue dragons. So, no, here's the question, though. You have pickaxes, you have a smelting, and, like, you have a furnace and an anvil. Why wouldn't this start an Addy plate body grind? Why wouldn't this start an Addy plate body grind? Because in all purposes say that this should be an Addy plate body grind, right? Because if you have Addy ore and you have coal, because I'm pretty sure one of these has coal. Yeah, there's 7 coal rocks here, 7 Addy rocks there, mithril rocks as well. You have there, and there. That one is clay rocks. What we do is we just try not to roll that one. We literally have to not roll that as we go up here. Yeah. Is it a lack of tin ore? No, because... oh, maybe it is. Hold on. Is copper and tin not here? Silver rocks, coal rocks, iron rocks, copper rocks. There's no tin. Good catch. Good catch. There is no tin, so we can't smith it. Period. We can't actually smith the axe, which means this is necessary. Which means that this is kind of a dangerous chunk, because that is a big grind with a bronze pickaxe. But the thing is if we're picking 2, right, and all these are available, every time that rolls, we just pick the other one, right? And we just move up here without ever picking that chunk. Now, where is the closest tin? I think it's actually here. Yeah, that is where the tin rocks are. Someone in the CC just got the Vigora's Chain Mace and the Revenants. Oh, wow. Demonic chunk. Oof, that's a rough one. Wait, 12 KC Vigoras? 5 KC. That's... wow, they got a lucky Chain Mace. Holy cow. That is insane. And yet we're here almost rounding out 2,000 warrior kills with nothing. Bupkis. Nothing. Oh well. Yeah, I'll have to talk to the guys about this. It'll have to be this. These 3 here. Those 3 chunks. Or no, it would have to be those 3 chunks as a start. Because you can't move diagonally. You could do these 3. It would either have to be these 3 or these 3. You say that as if it won't drop on the next warrior kill. Well, I mean, statistically, we have a 1 in 1200 chance every time, right? So statistically, it's not going to be this chunk. It's not going to be this particular warrior. Now, I'm saying that, and it's going to be really unironically funny if this just does so happen to be the mask drop. That would be so funny. I would love for that to happen. But statistically, it's improbable it's going to be this chunk. Or this warrior. We have 4 health to find out, right? 4 more hit points. 3 more hit points. The rainforest avoids the gemstone from the gem crab. Yeah, but it also avoids the gem crab in general, which would be really good considering we need to get 40 attack for a rune weapon. No, it is a nature rune drop, though, so, I mean, I'll take the nature runes. Nature rune drop is fine. Honestly, I do think this is the better layout. This does, of course, that is a 71, oh, that's a 71 fletching grind, as opposed to this, which is a 61 fletching grind. If we rolled this and then rolled into there, that wouldn't be too hard. The warriors don't drop the mask, the mages do. Yeah, sorry, sorry, Lantura, I checked on that. They do drop from the warriors. Good try, though. Make me panic there for a second. No, they 100% drop from the warriors. It's on the wikis, unless you update the wiki and disappear that information right now. They drop from the warriors as well. Ha 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 ha, yeah. Very funny, Lantura. Make me panic there. Make me think I've wasted 1900 kills on these warriors when I need to focus these stinking mage people who are terrible. Oh my gosh, they do so much damage to me because of my gear. Okay, we're going back to the main game again. We've brainstormed enough of the new potential chunk stuff. I'll bring up that suggestion to my conspirators when we talk next, which should be probably either after the stream a bit or whenever they're back. I know they're likely sleeping because they're in both Australia and New Zealand, so, you know, that's a bit of a ways away. You're welcome for pointing out the mithril axe. That should save many an hour. Yes. That 100%, honestly, like, if we had to start with any single chunk, I'd almost want to start with that chunk. Like, if we had to start with a single chunk like this, and we had to flinch dragons, so help me, that would be what we would need to do. Fortunately, we don't have to do that, so we don't have to flinch. Plus, if there's 3 people, it makes sense that you have a 3-chunk start. Now, whether it's this or this, whether it's, I'm not sure which of those two is going to be the winner. Mainly because there is a bit of a trade-off. You'll be able to train your combat at the gemstone crab, which is good. You'll also be able to, which will make flinching the dragons a lot easier if you have a method of actually training on the gemstone crabs. Yeah, that's gonna have to be our major discussion. Let the other two pick the third chunk. Yeah, I'll let them discuss and choose. I'll stay out of it because both have their pros and cons. You know, one is a lower fletching grind, and one is a one is easier flinching access to higher stats for the dragons that we have to flinch for the mithril axe. What was bad about the 2 Auburn Vale Nemu's retreat? Let's the Nemu's retreat and Auburn Vale, these 3 here. Let's go up again. Yeah, the farming was a little rough, but also 90 fletching is a little bit rough for a start using... It looks like there's an iron axe that we can use there. Where's the iron coming from? Hold on. Hold on. Iron axe is a little bit better than a bronze axe. Let's just search this up. Lumani's axe shop. Why would it suggest that? There's an Addy axe there. That's in that chunk right there. Okay, hold on. Hold your horses. There is an axe chunk. Why would it suggest an... Why would it say... Why would it say I need an iron... Okay, hold on. Hold your horses here. Why would it say an iron felling axe and not an adamant felling axe? If we have... It's this chunk specifically. It's this upper chunk specifically that has the Addy axes. That's also manageable. So if we have an adamant axe and we have to go... Yeah, that's... I mean, that's way better than even what we had to do already. 90 fletching is a little rough. But with 3 people with adamant axes all funneling into one chunk... That'll take a couple days. Right? That'll take a couple days. That won't be a multi-month grind anymore. That's an adamant axe. Adamant felling axes, mind you. Plus totems. Yeah, even just these 2 starting chunks. Even these 2 starting chunks are the totems. It's just the farming for the magic tree, but then that's the problem moves towards run energy. Yeah, and not being able to use shortcuts because of agility. But as soon as one of us unlocks agility, say they start lamping it, there are a lot of agility shortcuts that actually are XP gaining there. That is a bridge you probably don't want to cross. Because if you had all of these chunks, and let's just tell the game that we have... where is it that we can tell the game... hold on. Manually add to my chunks... Where is it that we can add... I know there's a way of adding... Ah, here it is. See, our agility is 0. Current agility level, say we lamped to 20 agility. Say we lamped to 20 agility. Let's just see what happens. Nothing. Okay. So we could lamp to 20 agility and be fine. Where's the... Let's go a little more... let's say we lamp to 45 agility. This is obviously not the case, but... So there's the Auburn Valley log balance. Let's see. So 24, there's the wall climb, and then we'd have to go from 24 to 45. Honestly, that's not terrible. .45 agility off of agility shortcuts, and there's multiple shortcuts, is not the end of the world as well. Yeah. Auburn Vale, if it was one chunk exclusively, would be rough. However, if you had all 3... Depends on the XP rates of the shortcuts. Yeah, well, let's just see what the features are. The Auburn Valley log chunk balance. That's 19.5 XP from that log balance, which isn't small compared to some of the other... Like, that's a non... That's not terrible. Ooh, Lady Chunky with the 90 fletching. Very nice. Okay, we're going back to the halberd for a bit. 19.5, but requires 45. Also removed Nemo's retreat for a different chunk. We could, if we removed Nemo's, you know what? I'm gonna keep it on this for a bit because this is far more interesting, for me at least. This is way more interesting. Yeah, that completely removes the farming because it's this chunk specifically that has the tree farming chunk. But then it kind of cuts you off of the rest of, because this is the teleportation. So if you started with these three, for example, you'd still need 90 fletching, of course. You would get access to those 2 veil spots instead of those 2, which might make a difference. We'd also have, that's the fairy ring teleport. Huh. I'll have to talk a little bit more to all of the people involved about potentially this as a start. 90 fletching is tedious. Well, 90 fletching is tedious if you didn't have 2 other people also funneling logs into you, right? That would be and especially with axe access. Adamant axe access is huge. Adamant axe, adamant battle axes. Like, there's the axe shop. Lunami's axe shop single-handedly is saving this area. Right? 2 addy cutters, 1 fletcher, you'll be done in a week easily. Yeah, exactly. Right? You have, the 2 addy cutters get up to 75 wood cutting. You have the other person who's just focused on fletching is just fletching all of that. And then once the fletching grind is done, then you have one other person doing some fire making, and then the person who didn't get to do all of the wood cutting before gets a little bit of wood cutting up as well, while someone else takes care of the fire making. So you have one person with a high fire making, one with a high wood cutting level. Everyone gets 7 cooking and 40 defense and 30 attack and stuff like that. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Okay, so this is going to be option 2 then. We're going to have option 1 like this. Option 2 like that. Varrock is still okay as long as... Oh my god! You bugger! You dropped a shaman mask! You bugger! Why would you do that? You gave me a heart attack! There's a shaman mask right on the ground. It exists. It's right there. Oh my gosh. You brat. You brat. Who dropped the shaman mask? Was that you, Reyna? Did you drop the shaman mask? Oh, that's mean. I didn't do it. Who did it? You were here. Who dropped the Who dropped the mask? If you pick up the mask, I'll know it was you who dropped the mask. Oh, who? Oh. Oh, that rat. Ah, Lantern, you brat. You camoed yourself in. I could not see you. Oh my goodness. Go pick up your mask, Lantern. No. Go pick up your mask. Go on. Oh man, you blended right into those rocks. You're gonna let the shaman mask despawn. That's mean. Yep, it despawned. Much love. Haha, yeah, no kidding. Oh, that got my heart going way too quickly. Don't you dare drop another one over in that corner. I know what you're doing. Oh, no, you're just placing shaman masks all over the place, aren't you? You're definitely placing shaman masks all over the place. It's only worth 9k GP on the GE, kinda wild. You just put a whole row of shaman masks on the ground, didn't you? I know you. You definitely just did that. You... No. Oh, no. This is... Ugh. That's mean. Oh, you meanie. Oh. That is mean. Oh. Alright, I need to take a leak real quick. So I am going to actually have an ad break for a sec. If you don't mind. See if that actually... because I've never done an ad break before, and I want to see if... oh, look at that wall of Shaman masks. That's mean. That is mean. Yeah, I need to use the bathroom anyways, so I will be back in a minute or two. Let me just pick up our stuff real quick before we get trolled by another Shaman mask. We'll do an ad break, and then I can tell you next stream how much YouTube thinks your time is worth. So that's kind of interesting. So I will be right back. Hold on just one moment. Hey, what's up, Doc? Got a carrot as well. Why not? Wonder how long the ad break is. Let me know when you're back. So I don't know how long those things are. Is it still showing ads? I don't know, I don't see ads. Okay. I have YouTube Premium, so no ads. Fair enough. Get a whole bunch of YouTube Premium people in here? I never left. Okay. Well, that's good. Good to know that the ad break works fine. Carrots are great. We are also full on our inventory again. So we're back to the trawler. Doing some spinning. Fair. What we'll do is, we're gonna go to 2,000 kills. And then we'll probably cut off the stream for the day. Because, I want to start doing some script writing for the next episode. And, yeah. Figure you won't mind if I do a little script writing after this. Yeah, oh, still here. Okay. Alright. Here we go. Alright. Almost back. I go BRB. Okay. Fair enough, Reyna. Alright. Let's get a few more quick melee kills in. That was really interesting tech with, now, is it worth it in the long run? What's ChunkMist up to today? Loving the series. We are killing Ogress warriors for the Ogre mask. Or the Shaman mask. Which, this is our new chunk. If you love the series, and this is your first time into the live stream, then we are just a little bit ahead of the videos. So, this is a minor spoiler. Curved Bone is done. As is our Chaos Talisman. Which is great. I'm happy those are over. But now we're on the Shaman mask, and we're approaching double dry. And we've had someone in the chat say that they've been 5x dry for this, so... Oh, well, I don't know. It's gonna be a rough one. Unlucky, yeah. Unlucky is right. Not everyone can get every drop in a small amount of time. Sometimes you just are unlucky. Right? Carrot was a great idea. My mouth was getting a bit dry. Helps to... While you get it, you should cook and eat a lobster on stream to celebrate. Yeah, if I like lobster, then definitely. Unfortunately, I don't, so... I think I'll avoid the lobsters on stream. I'll stick with a carrot. Good news is now you can cut hundreds of hours grinding down to 5 seconds in the video. Yeah, no kidding. Right? I got like 4.5 hours of footage from today of just me hitting warriors and talking about the new chunk series that we're hopefully planning on doing. You brought up a lot of really good points, and I will be talking to my co-conspirators about that once the stream is over and once they're back, which should be in about 5 hours, 6 hours. That's when they normally get on. Yeah. Yeah. I do love how edits like this, sections of killing warriors, can be literally mushed down to a 5-second clip. Clearly that's not going to be the case, because it's such a high... We do have a lot to talk about. We have covered quite a lot. Even just talking here. Even, like, yeah. There's also alternating between here and doing the farming tasks, which are once a day, basically. Speaking of, let's see. Looks like in 9 hours and 20 minutes, my new apple tree in Brimhaven will be done. So that's another farming thing. Only another 9 hours away. Freaking carrot. Don't talk while you eat, especially on the internet. That's a mukbang. We don't want one of those. Man, wild blood seeds have a special place for me. Those guys are the hops that we had to grind out earlier. In the anticipation, yeah. Oh, all this high octane. Yeah, no, this is a second monitor kind of a scenario. The high octane anticipation of, do we get the drop? The 0.08% drop from this specific Ogress warrior Thing is, I could be ultra high octane here and be like, it's gonna be this time, it's gonna be this time, here we go, let's do this, let's hype it up, come on, let's get it. But guess what? By kill number 100 of that, you're drained. You're like dead. You're like, oh, is it gonna be this one? Let's do it. Your voice is raw. You're starting to sound like, you know, what's their faces from, I don't know, you can pick what voice this is. I smoke 24 cigarettes every day. That's actually hard on your voice, doing that. See, I also have this voice. We could talk like this for a bit. The anticipation is astounding. Steel arrows. How chic. How demure, or whatever that word is that the Zoomers use nowadays. Jeez. Now that I think about it, I can do quite a few voices. You know. I currently have a bad cough and rough throat, and I sound like the first voice. I return. Welcome, Reina. Yeah, I saw you over there. I guess you were just AFK. Welcome back, Reina. See how we're doing for kill count? We're at 1954. So we got another 46 kills before we're 2,000. Technically 2,100 if you include the actual shamans. Deep on this grind. The warriors are officially turning yellowish to green because we have surpassed their level. Still beating me like a truck, though. Dang. By the way, thanks to your input, I've been sticking to strength. We're at 81 strength and rising. We have 60 attack, which could, like, if we swap to attack, we could definitely speed up the kills. So, you know what? We're doing another poll. There we go. New poll. We finally gonna swap to attack, or are we just gonna still keep going on strength? Let that run for a minute. We have yes going up, you have no going up. Oh my goodness, this is a neck and neck poll right here. I mean, which of the 3 melee skill capes are you actually closest to? Definitely, surely. Yeah, I mean, clearly the closest on strength. Not that I need the strength skill cape for anything. I think they meant the location of the cape, not the XP. Oh, yeah. No, that's fair. That's a great question, actually. Let's explore that. Let's see. Where are the skill capes? You have the attack and strength skill cape, which is in the Warriors Guild, right? And then the defense cape is in Lumbridge. And we have access to none of the mainland chunks. So, far away. Far away to both is the answer. Technically, the closest would be the Warriors Guild, because we could roll Catherby, then up here, then... no, we'd have to roll there, then there, then there, then there. Then there, then there. We'd have to roll, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chunks away from the Warriors Guild. Now, if it's skill capes in general, oh, then we're kind of spooky, right? then it's 1. You go from Clock Tower to... no. The skill cape is here, actually. The Bazaar. The construction skill cape. Charter to Port Sarim. Yeah, we have... I mean, the construction skill cape's right there. And then we can... Yeah. If we got the Port Sarim chunk... This one, then that one. That would be the 99 smithing cape. Yeah, construction cape is like in 6 locations. Yeah, it's all over the place. And that's one of the reasons why ChunkMist is not doing a skill cape grind. That was one of the rules, and that's one of the rules for the extreme. That's the one toggle off that we have for the extremes as well. Is the 99 cape grinds. Because nobody has time for that. Especially if this is an off... Like this is going to be a long-running, off-to-the-side kind of multiplayer project. It's not going to be, like, the main thing that all 3 of us do all the time. We all have our normal chunk accounts. I'm seeing a lot of people saying yes. We're going to tally the votes pretty soon. Are we switching to attack? Yay or nay? Get your votes in now. We are going to stop the poll in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, yeah, we're closing it. Okay. And the results are not showing up. Where's the results? Come on. I think it was yes. I think it was yes, we start training attack. And I am A-okay with that. Do we swap to attack? Yes, 67. Yeah, 67% says it here. There we go. Alright, we finally get to swap to attack. We're training attack now. Woo! We're gonna go right up to 70, and then we'll repoll. How's that sound? That's gonna speed up our kills significantly, honestly. Oh, it's gonna make a big difference. Thank you for allowing me to swap to attack. I appreciate it. Unless you want me to get to 82 strength and then swap to attack, because obviously 81 isn't a round number, right? You know what? We're gonna do another poll. Because honestly, I think that's gonna be quite divisive in and of itself. There you go, new poll. I'm seeing a lot of straight attack right now. Oh no, straight attack is dropping down. Oh no, straight attack is at 50%. Strength is now at oh no. Did I speak too soon? I think I did. I think we're hitting 82 before we hit. Okay. Yeah, no, that's good enough. I figured that. I figured that was the case. We'll hit 82 strength. And then we'll swap to attack. Because then it's a rounded number and you don't have to worry about being, you know, looking at weird numbers. Okay? That's 112k. That's like 4 attack levels worth of training. Yeah. So we could have 64 attack or... Yay, even numbers. Yeah. Let's get an even number on there. Yeah, even number strength, and then we'll start training attack up. Okay? That sounds like a good plan. I know what people like. I know you like round, even numbers. Should have maybe stopped at 80 strength, but oh well. Almost done the carrot. All right. We have 39 more kills till we hit 2,000. You've been playing for a while. Consider taking a break from your screen. And considering this is after we world hopped, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 40 minutes so far. Yeah, we have been playing for a while. Guess what? If you gave us a Shaman mask, we'd stop playing. Right? You ever thought about that game? Giving us the thing that we came down here for? Thought of that one? Oh, cool. We have 10-minute de-aggroed, so the Ogre Shamans no longer smack us. You've been playing for a while. Okay, so Auburn Vale is definitely... okay. For those of you who have just joined us, there's a potential second chunk account that we are planning on starting with 2 other people. So it's a group chunk account with some really cool mechanics. I'll talk to you about it later. But we're basically picking out... I don't want to go back to my Tithe Farm runs. Oh, that is fair. I mean, we still got another 38 kills, and each of these kills are going to get longer because we're going to swap back to our halberd as soon as we're out of food. And those kills take 1 minute and 10 seconds each. Or sorry, 110 seconds each. So we got like another hour to go, basically, is what I'm saying. So don't worry, I will help you procrastinate. But while we're here, we were thinking of 3 chunk starting locations that would work for a group chunk man. Now, I don't think I've explored, because we got kind of spooked by the potential. You might only have 1 kill left. Yeah, if we have 1 kill left, then, oh, by golly. Well, then then we are going to explore what's the next step. Then we have bull sharks, then we have smithing grind using high alchemy, and I can go through all of the cool stuff that's going to come after that. I'm really hoping it happens on stream, because then we'll have a whole bunch of new interesting things, and it won't just be warriors. Like, this is day 2 of streaming warriors. Speaking of, stream schedule has changed again. Thanks to the polls, it is going to be Monday and Thursday next week. We're going to give that a try, see how that works. Hopefully y'all can make it. Are the locations supposed to be semi-close? So, the locations... So far, we have 2 potential locations. We have the Teclan L here. Or, sorry. No, it was these 3. This Teclan L. This Auburn Vale. And then we had, I think it was like this. That Varrock. And on we have a corner crossing right there, which would be kind of neat. Those are our 3 potential chunks, starting zones so far. There we go. Time to go to the halberd. This will slow down our kills a bit. So those are our 3 starting potential spots. Farming guild start has no farming. It also doesn't have a bank, which would be a rough start. Mount Carloom has a bank and a Slayer Master, but that would be a rough start. We could start at the blast mine, start at the Lovakite mine. Basically, we want one of the 3 chunks to have bank access, because that's like one of the core mechanics is being able to trade between the accounts. Yeah, you need 45 farming to enter the guild. Yeah, we need 45 farming to get anywhere in there. Shazian has 2 banks. Yeah, Shazian, the Shazian encampment has 2 banks in the same chunk. Right? It also has an agility. Let's look at this. Let's look at this right here. Let's see how this would be. Rune weapon, rune armor, wind strike, maple shortbow, cape. We'd have to get the Shazian plate body 4. Why 4? Oh, because it's 4 is actually our best tank. Then we have all the Shazian helm stuff, rune kite shield, rune scimitar. That's from guards at 1,512. That's a bit rough, but it's possible. We have bronze bolts, a crossbow, addy arrows, leather boots. There's a good amount of stuff. We'd, of course, not have to worry about Children of the Sun. That's specific if we're Varlamore. So you'd have all of the Shazian armor, which would be kind of interesting. Is there a Shazian bank that has a Xeric teleport? On the same chunk. I think this... no, there isn't. But there is... there's a teleport here, there's a teleport here. So as long as we include one of those 2, that means we're 1 roll away from Chambers of Xeric at all times. Which could be a pro, could be a con. It basically means, do we want a terrible chunk or do we want to die? With Chambers of Xeric. Right? Let's look at... Organized crime might be an interesting concept as well. Because there's organized crime that occurs, which could give quite a lot. You don't need to get the item from Chambers of Xeric to teleport there. No, you don't. You can use the mine teleportation. There's the Shazian mine track transportation services, which goes all across this area, which means we're really just one chunk roll away from Chambers of Xeric, but then we're also rolling, and we're also one chunk roll away from the Korend Catacombs, which is also some intense grinds. And that's one of the only reasons why I think Zaya might be a little off limits, because if we have to choose between Chambers of Xeric and the... Yeah, because like this in and of itself, let's look at what that does. Does that mean both chunkers need the collection log twice? No. It means that our combined collection log must have one of each item. Yeah, so all 3 of us together need to complete the collection log at Chambers. It's a total group project wherever we go. You're the dedicated farmer on the group iron. Yeah, no, that's fair. Some people really like farming. I don't mind farming. I mean, I got 200 million experience in farming when I played RS3, so I couldn't mind farming that much, obviously. Let's take a look at how bad the Korend Catacombs is, because that's 72 tasks. You have the Crypt Moons, you have Rock Shell Armor, you have Death's Office Gravestones, you have, from Skotizo, the Uncut Onyx. Ooh! That's a I think that's a 1 in 100 drop from Skotizo, is it not? No, 1 in 1,000. Yeah, that would be nigh impossible. So that's why Zaya... Yeah, because that has several entrances. Yeah, you have the Sarachnis Cudgel as well. You have the... Yeah, all of the Sarachnis... You need to obtain Skotos and Sriracha. So there's 2 pets that are needed to be unlocked in that area. Which is already Woof. Yeah, Kingstown has the minecart, not the castle chunk. You are 100% correct. What I was doing is I was seeing, okay, well, that has any of these chunks. I think it's also this chunk here. Any of those three have access to the Catacombs of Korend as chunks. So all three of those are basically death chunks because that's... Yeah, your three chunks are openings to the Catacombs. That's what I'm getting at. Is all three of these are Catacombs chunks. But the thing is if we start anywhere that isn't there, like we'd have to start... this is obviously, like, that's nasty. We got to avoid that. 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 So those are the 4 death chunks of Korend. Right? Until we have another method of getting an onyx, which I don't think there is one in the Korend area. Which means we've got to basically start as far away as humanly possible and hope to never have to choose between 2 of these chunks. Because if we do, then it's game over, account's over. So that's one of the reasons why we've kind of ruled out Korend as a starting location. Right? Now, if we started with... Honestly, a Port Sarim chunk... Ooh. This might be interesting. What if we started with these 3 chunks? This could be interesting. .42 agility for the Draenor narrow tunnel shortcut, so you'd be training on the Draenor agility course. No, you wouldn't. How would you train agility? Oh wait, we have that set to 45. Hold on, we'll set that back to level 1. Sailing chunk trio. Yeah, we also thought of a Pandemonium start as a trio. Honestly, having 3 people on a single boat would be kind of cool. Right? Right? That would be cool. That would be really cool. What are you talking about at the moment? A new series, a multi-person, a 3-man Chunk Ironman series is what we're planning. It's going to be an extreme Chunk Ironman. It's going to be fun. Let's see. Here, 79 farming for dwarfweed. We have 58 cooking for pita bread. Let's see how the farming is coming along, though. Yeah, that's farming off of rosemary, cabbages, and onions. So that starts a little rough. Now, we thought about starting with something like this. Edgeville also has access to Obor and access to... See, no, that's the thing, is I actually enjoy wilderness content. Like, I am a sucker for Iron Man wilderness content. Like, I would eat the crap out of Last Man Standing if I was able to. Like, I would, like, ChunkMist. If I had 1,500, I would be putting to a vote whether or not we can use our rings of dueling, that are our emerald rings, to teleport there directly. As a means of transportation, just so we can do some Last Man Standing. Because I am craving Last Man Standing so much right now, it's not even funny. So this, we'd have a cook a shark task. We would have bull sharks for rune daggers. Oh yeah, no, we would also need the... What's it called? Shipyard. It was literally the shipyard and the Pandemonium chunk that we were going to start with, basically. Too bad the requirements are rough for a chunk account. For LMS. Yeah, it is. It's definitely rough. Yeah, so here, the only reason why we weren't really starting with Pandemonium is because we have to recruit Adventurer Ada as a crewmate at 55 sailing, and we'd have no way of actually... yeah, the requirements for Great Conch are so high. Yeah, I mean, there is already a OneChunk account on the Conch. So, fortunately, that's already covered for us. You need the chunk east of Pandemonium. Oh, does this give salvage? Is that the salvage chunk? Ooh. Ooh. Hold on. If we're allowed 3 chunks, this might be possible. We have the small salvage at a salvaging station. This... Okay. No, we legitimately have another trio of chunks. Oh, guys. Do you see anything wrong with that big pile of longbone? Rune, battleaxe, longbone, mithril kite, all in one drop. That's a rough drop. Because either the longbone or the battleaxe could have been... Oh, that's rough. Oof. Okay. Back to the map. So Pandemonium start with that eastern chunk would be pretty cool. It would be really cool. Now, do keep in mind, there are some certain rules that we're planning on also doing. Oh, actually, oh my goodness. I need to add some extra things, because we were also thinking of adding Rune Mysteries and Druidic Ritual as starting requirements. Xanaris and any 2 rings. Xanaris itself is not on the map, so Xanaris would be free, and yes, we actually did think about that already. And we can definitely go over that as well. It can be Xanaris and any 3 fairy rings as well, is what we decided. Because, like, you would need Fairy Tale Part 2 started, which means you would need, like, there are some minimum requirements. Like, you would need a certain farming level. There are certain, like, little things that you would need to be to access Fairy Tale Part 2, but they're not, like, Prif Chunk. Like, the guy started within Prif. Like, obviously, that is a unique account. 1 fairy ring on each continent. Ooh. Lord Freyr, you do have an idea right there. That's not a terrible idea. You already have a bank in Xanaris, right? Damn, he looks. What? What was that, V-Druid? What were you saying? Oh. Yeah, now we have fairy rings as... I mean, it is a potential. But the thing is... Oh, he cooks. Yeah, no, that's fair. Fairy rings would be interesting, because, like, you'd have access to so many. Like, the fairy ring transportation system. We've also thought about the Grand Tree transportation system and the Eagle's Peak transportation system as starting areas. Like, those all would lead to interesting content. Eagle's Peak would actually be pretty decent. Chunker should start with the skill unlock quests. The game's more interesting if you can do herb lore like at all. Yeah, that is why we're thinking of doing it, because by pre-unlocking those certain skills, it's not going to be a, oh, you have nothing here and then boom, massive unexpected unlock, now you're boned. No. Eagle's Peak is a good idea. Canoe is kind of similar as a neglected transportation system. We tried Canoe over there. There is a second Canoe system, though, which is actually the River Doan. There's a River Doan transportation system, which isn't even on the map yet in the chunk picker. But there's one right here, one right, I believe it's here, and one way up here. And those 3 chunks are the River Doan chunks. And I think that's also very dangerous. Because I think... Well, obviously, That's the curved bone grind. You have yew logs somewhere. You do have a bank here. The Ardoin area is brutal. Yeah, don't we know it? Yeah, we're trying to avoid this area just because there are so many accounts that die by going to Ardoin. Like, this general area is like the death zone of so many accounts. And of course the Karamja volcano. And the volcano, I mean, technically it's just a few rolls. What we'd do is we wouldn't want to go diagonals if we decided to go the sailing route. There's 5 Arty Canoe stops, but one of them is like Castle Wars. Honestly, the Castle Wars would be a fun start as well. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, hold on. I got another idea. What if we started with Castle Wars and that? We'd have to get the decorative armor, obviously. Man, I really like this quest. Hold on. Zogre Flesh Eaters. What are the requirements for that? 4 smithing, 8 herb lore, 30 ranged. That's not too terrible. Hold on. Hold on. What the heck? So there's 4. There's the Jigzig Crypts. You need East and West Yanil as well. Ugh. Ugh. You'd literally need to start like this. And that's a no-go because, look, you imagine... Oh, Josh Isn't Gaming would be pissed. Starting there. Okay, we're not going to do that. The Castle Wars chunks and maybe the Observatory chunk would be an interesting start, though, maybe. Cooked meat, decorative armor. There's a farming patch in the area. Yeah, right over here. Which you would be able to go around and up and have access to. We'd have to get the walk canoe. Wood cutting. Where's the axe here? Bronze axe. From the goblin drop table. Yeah, there are goblins in this area there. So that might be an interesting one. Because that starts you off in Castle Wars. Which would be kind of an interesting start with 3 people. Right? But then again, the decorative sword... If we're going for our special... if we're going for our special multi-combat locked concept, that would be rough because the decorative armor and the sword is slash and stab, no crush. So yeah, we're gonna rule this out. We're gonna rule out Kandarin area. We tried out Grand Tree. I got very hard nose at Barbarian Assault. What if we started... I know this is different, but what if we started out up here? What if we started out in Yatizo and Night Is Not? Granite armor, adamant weapons. That would actually kind of be fun. What do you think? Pretty sure there's a runite ore around there. No, there's definitely a runite ore there. Oh, yeah, and that's a furnace and an anvil. Yeah, nope, that's fair. Lunar Isle start, anyone? No. Oh. Honest, like, these are 4 good options so far, which is great. Copper, tin, and... Copper, tin, and runite! I mean, no, there's a bunch of ores, actually. Because the Yatizo, there's a mine in here that's connected. The Yatizo mine. Which has I know it has, yeah, 11 addy rocks, 6 coal rocks, 10 iron, 16 mithril, and 11 tin. Yeah, so there's a lot of rocks over there. It's actually copper, I think, that we don't have. Where's copper? No, there's copper rocks up here. Okay. Is each person in their own chunk and the 3 and they trade, or can they freely... Okay, so that is a great question. Each person is assigned a chunk, like each person, because there's 3 people, we're going to start with 3 chunk unlocks. That's kind of where we're getting the 3 from. That is 4. That obviously wouldn't be the best case scenario, but whatever. You get the idea. We were just theory crafting here. But yeah, each person was going to get 1 chunk as a starting chunk, but you can walk freely between all 3 chunks. And yes, we are planning on basically sharing banks and sharing resources and like pooling certain resources into certain people, so that if there's like an 80 smithing grind, 3 people getting 80 smithing, not very fun. 2 people mining while 1 person is smelting all those ores at the same time, that's suddenly a really unique game mechanic that doesn't exist elsewhere, right? I'm not sure how quests are going to work. That still has to be fleshed out a little bit. But, yeah. So yeah, we're kind of based... North is going to be harsh. We could maybe start with these 3 as well. That might be that might be interesting. Let's see, we have access to the entire chunks there. 60 defense for a dragon defender. Leaf-bladed spear. We are just 1 chunk away there, though, from some really crazy big grinds, thanks to the Draconic Visage. Yeah, this would be the Visage grind. That's the reason why we kind of... a little skeptical there. Narda Vault Oozer Erase... Oh, okay, so I actually did look at Narda. The Ruins of Uluk would also be kind of fun. Like, I looked into the Ruins of Uluk, and it was kind of cool. The Ruins of Unka, we already actually... I came up with an amazing name, and I really hope that it's not stolen if we do go here. But calling these people... because this is the Ruins of Unka. You could start literally with these 3... or no, you'd have to start with these 3 chunks. But you'd call yourself the Unka Chunkas. Because you're the Ruins of Unka, you're the Unka Chunkas. Oh, I got so giddy when I heard that the other day. Lamau, good one. Yeah, no kidding. Oh. Yeah, say we have access to these areas. Just Temperos is fun. A dragon weapon for the dragon harpoon. Gotta cook manta rays, which is 91 cooking. Of course, that's not going to be that big. 90 sailing for the Spotter Virginia as a crewmate. So that's already kind of a danger zone. So we're going to say probably avoid this area for a bit. Right? Let's try Narda. Let's try the Oozer Oasis with a 45 desert into Narda. Oh, no, this bottom area is new. That was the fishing update that added and increased that size. Yeah, there's a lot of extra stuff here too, because like Menaphos was not filled out. Now it's starting to fill out, right? Like there's flax and a loom and an anvil down here now, which is crazy. What's the Phoenix crossbow? Oh, gross. Don't drop the Phoenix crossbow. No, actually, you know, I'll take the Phoenix crossbow. If you want to drop me a Phoenix crossbow, I'll take a Phoenix crossbow. That's I mean, I have an Addy crossbow already, so it's not that. That's just kind of cool that can be smuggled in. I will 100% take that Phoenix crossbow. That's a neat little addition. Sorry, someone just dropped the Phoenix crossbow for us. There we go. Yeah, see? Boom. Nice. I will take that. I have no problem with that. If anyone wants to smuggle a monkey from trouble brewing to me, feel free to do that as well. Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Monkey smuggling. Because if you do that properly, you can train agility, and if I get my agility high enough, that's cool, you can smuggle that onto an iron. Yeah, you can, well, that's because the Phoenix necklace, or the Phoenix crossbow is a required quest item that needs to be traded. So the Phoenix crossbow is coded so that, I don't think that's possible anymore, I could be wrong. Well, I know there's a few different things that you can do. I'm pretty sure monkey smuggling is still there. I'm not 100% though. But that is agility experience in the monkey smuggle. Which, I mean, as you know, we have 0 XP in agility. Right? Phoenix crossbows are a really cool addition. Thank you for grabbing that for us. Who brought that? Was that you? Malevolent? Or was that Reyna? Probably. How the heck do you say that? Malevolent Djinn, yeah, that's it. Ooh, a Snape grass drop? Oh, that's a rare one. Malevolent Djinn. Ah! Damon, thank you. Don't think it's possible, I could be wrong. Yeah, me. Okay. Just shortened to fit. Oh, okay. Ah, I see. It's shortened so that it fits in. Okay. Huh. Malevolent Djinn is what I was going for. Yeah, well, that's what your name says. So you're a genie that brings negative curse. So, wait, how rare is the snapegrass seed again? I think that was a pretty rare drop, was it not? One in 607. So half the drop rate of the mask. Keep in mind, we have 6 of those. Oh, this hurts. Oh, there's a dunce. Malevolent, you got a dunce. Go grab your dunce. Get schooled. Malevolent. Grab your dunce. Unless you want to just AFK there, that's fine. Been watching your Mist Guy series during my road trip today. It's a fun series to listen to. Oh, thank you, old pumpkin. Old pumpkin. There we go. Yeah. Thanks for enjoying the series. I'm glad you listened to. Wasted XP. Yeah, I know. Look at that wasted XP. I mean, I have a feeling like we're going to see a lot of 99s here. Yeah. That is a max cape. So, I doubt an XP lamp is gonna bother him. Oh, that's funny. And maybe later. You don't need any random events. That's crazy. He's maxed. The one excuse to not picking up random events that I could see is that cape right there. Oh my gosh, that gear is so good. Full ancestral. That's... wow. That's nice. Jeez. I've never had gear like that ever on any account. I always get up there and then I start doing like Tombs of my Masket and stuff like that, and then everyone who was playing with me left, so it was like, oh. Oh. Yeah, so we have 56 rune medium helms so far. 28 rune battleaxes. Rune battleaxes are a 1 in 100. We have, as I said, right around 2,000 kills, so we have 8 additional battleaxes worth of spooned for battleaxes. And those are clearly just taking up the... those are just clearly taking up the Shaman mask spots. Clearly, that's what's happening. Oh wow, we got some, like, Scape mains going on right now. That's neat. Okay, so... You can close down a bunch of tasks, tabs, head back over here. Back from smoking, gonna return to leagues. Good luck on grind. Thanks, Malevolent Jin. Appreciate you stopping by. And yeah, good luck on leagues. Leagues is... If I hadn't already said that I wasn't going to do leagues, I would be doing leagues. It's a little too late to start right now. Should be kind of fun trying to speedrun Dragon with only a week left or so. Okay, so we got the runes of Unka Dunka. I think a 3k from Dragon. I'm slow though. I mean, that's fine. 3k from Dragon, that's fine. Now, let's see here. We have a bank in Narda. What would these three tasks give us? Wear rune armor. Oh, there's an adventurer shop that sells rune chain, legs, and skirts. Okay. I'm 9k away from Dragon, but it's not too hard to get points. It's also not required. Like, you don't need to get Dragon. You don't need every single thing. Like, just pick and choose your favorite rewards, right? Let's see. Slice open a Kandran cactus. We need a rune chain, black medium helm, the adventurer store. Sedu's adventure sword is quite crazy. How are you gaining money here? I don't think there's anything to kill that would give... monsters. Billy goats, goats, some people. That's rough. Yeah, that doesn't have any money-making methods, which is problematic because you kind of need money. What about... what would this look like here? That might be an interesting start. Pickpocket and Alcarid warrior. Mithril weapons, Addy armor, burn logs. What do you need for giants? What do you need for sleeping giants? You'd definitely be able to complete the sleeping giants quest, wouldn't you? With those? 15 smithing non-boostable. Okay, see, we would need a method of getting 15 smithing, which would be just north. If we had these 4, that would be the Giant's Foundry. That would also be 90 mining for a size 9 shooting star. Blech. Nope. Okay, that's a quick enough note. Oak logs or something. Yeah. Are you guys enjoying your time here? I failed to ask this. Is this an enjoyable conversation to have, talking about these potential new chunk series? Like, is this something that you're having fun with, or is this just like... Yes, okay. I figured it was interesting. I figured it was, but I couldn't be certain. We could also start in... Oh, do we want to do a Canifus chunk? Or a Berg de Rot chunk? A Darkmer chunk? Oh gosh. Oh no, that's way too close to... A Portfus Mastus chunk might be kind of fun. Starting with these 3. That might be an interesting start. Yeah, pretend I completed Priest in Peril. What do we got up here? The Light Orb and Torstals. That would be a bit of a rough start, don't you think? Where are we getting the Torstal? Oh, nope, that's the wrong button to click. You click here. Torstal seed is dropped from a tortured soul at a 1 in 6,700 drop chance. Woof! Oh my gosh, that would be awful. Oh my gosh, that would be terrible. Ugh. And then, of course, you need to permanently unlock boat rides from Andros to the Dragon Tooth Tooth Island for 1,000,000. Oh, that would be awful. I think there's too much content locked through quests in Mauritania. That's the thing, is you do the Priest in Peril, you do Ghosts Ahoy, or whatever the ghosts, not ghosts. Ghosts Ahoy is here. Also, you can't repair Barrows gear. Yep, no, you're right. I wonder if there's a way of starting with all the chunks required to have a house. You can get through there. I think there is. These 3 chunks. You have a house thing here. This is a connection. And then Remington has the house portal. Why would you not have construction here? Is there no... You don't have a saw. Yep, that's it. Let's brainstorm a little bit, because this might be an interesting concept. What if we started with a house unlock? And then we're all ultimate Iron... No, I'm kidding. That would be awful. No. Sorry, Reina. No ultimate Iron Man group. Group ultimate Iron Man. Oh. We need to petition Jagex to making that a thing. There's a group ultimate Iron Man. Reina, aww. Group ultimate Iron Man would be kind of fun, honestly. Okay, the Pandemonium chunks are cool. And that does have construction through boat building. Let's see. I think we just need to look for saws. Where are our saw locations? Hold on, I know this chunk has a saw. Let's just Google it real quick. Spawns. Kibos Lowlands. There. So there's a saw there. There's a saw on Pandemonium, on the crate, on the dock. There is a saw on Pandemonium. Saw in Taltaclan, in Varlamore. There's a saw at the Varrock Estate Agent. Okay. And then the Summer Store. Oh, shoot. There's a saw on the Great Conch? Huh! Okay. That's interesting. You also have Auburnvale, Woodcutting Guild, the Sawmills. Either the Sawmills. Construction supplies in Auburnvale. I think it would be tricky to have a house early enough without making like a saw exception. Fun for all. Group ultimate, and we have to juggle our shit together. Oh, Pandemonium looks even more enticing. Yeah, well, it gets us into construction super early, and as soon as we unlock like a single location, is it possible to get Amy's saw without a saw? No. No, it isn't. Wait, why is that blacklisted? What button did I click there? Well, good thing this is sandbox mode. It doesn't matter. The crystal saw. The crystal saw is Prif specific, though, isn't it? And plus, there is a store in Prif that already has a saw. Wait, no, crystal saw is... No, the crystal saw is here, isn't it? It's not from Prif. That is from Tree Gnome Stronghold. Which quest is it that grants the crystal saw? The Eyes of Glorify? You do need 5 construction already, though. The quest requirements is already too many chunks. Yeah, definitely. I think we can right-click on Eyes of... Or hit the little eye. Yeah, so you need the River Dome, Grand Tree Gnome Village, Hazelmere's Island, Poison Waste Dungeon, and the Tree Gnome Village. I mean, that's 4 chunks that we need. Hazelmere's Island, Tree Gnome Village, Grand Tree, Doan River for the absolute yeah, which is like all the way over here and like that's, yeah. So good suggestion. It's possible but unrealistic. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now. Is it is a little unrealistic, but it is technically possible. We start with the saw already here though. And if we start there, then we can work up to Remington, and then boom, house teleport there, or a house location there. We got a house location in, I mean, all the way over in Alderaan, obviously. We have that one on ChunkMist. Because there aren't too many places that are actually, that would actually grant you access to a house, right? You have the bazaar here. You have, I mean, how many real estate agents are there? ChunkMist, but now group with construction unlocked. Fradier did 100 chunks before getting one of the chunks right near his start. Yeah, that's the thing. Well, that's the pick, like, pick 2, choose 1, or roll 2, pick 1 with the voting system that we had that's gonna change the odds of getting the right rolls that we need. Yeah, honestly, this is a good start. I think we're pretty solid with those ones. I don't think there's necessarily any other better chunk. Apatoll start? Let's start with Monkey. Return to Monkey. Start with the Void Knights outpost. Start with 3 Isle of Souls chunks. What would pest control look like? Pest control would look like 2 of these, and then the Port Sarum pest control chunk, which I think is this one here. I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would be there, there, and there. So it would have a bank. No, that wouldn't work. Because the pest control charter is like one chunk away. We'd need both of those. We wouldn't be able to unlock pest control yet. Imagine Trouble Brewing starting chunk. Ooh. A bank and a rune shop does sound good. Yeah, this is a bank and a rune shop. Oh, and it's starting to piss rain where I am. That's fun. Let's see. Krend only using the Arceus spellbook. Yeah, again with the Krend castle and those dangerous chunks. There. Honestly, but like if we start with the Arceus and we start like up here. Can't wait for my first message with votes. Yeah, definitely. Home teleport takes you to the Dark Altar at the... Yeah. Honestly, ooh. What if... I mean, we need the bank there. What if this was our start? Obviously, we can ignore the Children of the Sun Pandemonium and those things. If we started with those 3... That is nothing yet. We unlock Wintertodd. Boom. That becomes an 87 fletching grind off of Wintertodd Drox. First chunker ever to utilize Ensouled Hearts. Yeah, you would, basically. You'd still have to be able to use... I don't think we'd lock ourselves to the spellbook, but having the spellbook unlocked at the beginning would be a really interesting concept. let's say we have access to the whole chunk there. Let's see what this looks like. Because this has no bank. Yeah, we'd have to get 55 magic just from fire runes and nature rune drops. How would we train magic here? Turning books in at the library. No mask yet? No mask yet. No, it's been a whole day, no mask. Thanks for coming back, Visaru. Vicaru. Oh, I forget if it's Vicaru or Visaru. Sorry, I think it's Vicaru. 90 rune crafting, 2 chunks away. Yeah, because like if... Yeah, that's the thing, is if you unlock this, and then you have... Oh, so you have that, suddenly the rune crafting grind is... or what other chunk do I need? I think you're missing something like a chisel. Or something real specific. A pickaxe or a chisel or the mining level to do that. But yeah, basically you roll one of those things and suddenly, oh, there's... You have to, like, literally use the library hand-in to get rune crafting XP to be able to... Chisels in the mine, yeah. Like, that would be rough. The north would be a rough start solely because you have... Yeah, you only need a pick as soon as you get a pickaxe. That is a massive, massive rune crafting grind for... ooh. In the library. That is a library rune crafting grind. Which I don't think anybody wants that. That would be a rough grind. And I'm full, so I'm gonna go bank. I'm gonna show off the actual game for a bit. Both, yeah, both blood and soul runes right there. That's such a dangerous location to be in to start. That's all it is. It's dangerous. That's dangerous. Started Apatol, how would you leave the area? You'd have to literally use Crash Island and then return through the gnome area. Phoenix crossbow, that's still kind of neat. Get the axe and the shield back out. Get our 600 coins. Get our wall of lobsters. Alright, and back we go. If you rolled souls before bloods, that would be a death chunk. Yeah, like if we rolled up here and had to go and grind at the library, just keep in mind that isn't something you can siphon to one another. And if the whole point of this game is to have these diverse sets of weapons and abilities and skills, this rules it all out. Like, that's nothing. That's a whole lot of nothing right there. That's not working. What about here? What if we start right there? 90 mining immediately. Woof. Using oh, there is an iron pickaxe there. So you'd have to get 90 mining with an iron pickaxe, and you'd just be banking at those charcoal burners. Ugh. Ugh. Nope. No, I think I'll pass on that. Oh, sorry, you're not able to see again. I'm sorry. We were thinking maybe right here. But this is a gross grind. That's a Nicky grind. How about the chunks that are connected via a dungeon, like the Dwarven Mine to another one? Well, if it's the Dwarven Mine, then you have, like... Oh. Hold on. Fancy... Oh, no. I fancy an exam. I fancy an exam! Teachers make me angry. Yeah, I do fancy an exam. Please give me an exam. Ugh. Thank you. Jeez. Using an underground area is definitely something that we could explore further. Fancy a drink. Alcohol, wine, tea. There we go. What's next? Bar. And candle lantern. There we go. Keldegrim. There's already a very recent Keldegrim chunk It just started. Hold on. Slayer. Ooh, 435 Slayer XP. Ooh, that's close to 30. We get one more random event. We're at 30. 30 Slayer. That would be a fun one to get. Okay. So Keldagrim. First of all, to unlock Keldagrim, we would need to start here. This is the Keldagrim entrance, is it not? Yeah, that's Keldagrim. So we'd have this chunk in order to unlock Keldagrim. Then we'd have all of Keldagrim. And then we have the mine that takes us up to... Where would it be? The door... Like, you could take the transportation system underground to head to the White Wolf Mountain chunk. And the Dwarven Mine chunk. But then you'd also technically also have the Falador Party Room chunk if you wanted. So basically all 4 of these would be potential chunks for a Keldagrim account. Right? If we went for 3, and that's, yeah, 89 crafting for Amethyst Dart Tips, because of course we have access to the entire Dwarven Mine, because, yeah, exactly. That's gonna be a rougher chunk. 99 smithing for a rune plate body immediately as well, because of course the dwarves would do that, right? So that's why Keldagrim is a little bit off. Now, using another big dungeon, actually, what if we started with all 3 of the main Forthos dungeon entrances? I know that's a horribly long chunk with the freaking Onyx drop from what's-his-face. You have Dragon Armor, the Sarachnis Cudgel, Rune Chain, Rock Shell Boots and Gloves, Dragon Medium Helm, Dragon Plate Legs, because you have, of course, freaking... Oh. There's too many. Oh no, there's Brutal Dragons with the... What's it called? The Visage drops down there, isn't there? Yeah. As much as I want to make Korend able to work, those dangers and this danger in and of itself are deal breakers. Like, all 4 of those chunks are absolute death traps. Absolute death traps, unless we had an anti-dragon shield, which of course is way over here, and that's like, I mean, that would be this chunk, the monastery, and the Lumbridge spots. Depending on what chunks you start with, you can use minigame teleports to start with Giant's Foundry unlocked. I know the pain from Ninja. I started Relica and Keldagrim on Ninja chunk. Yeah, so there's some... We gotta put some planning into this. Shame the Scavid caves are all in one chunk. Are they really? They are. They go from up to bottom and all over the place in there. Yeah, that would be interesting. Scavid chunkers. Being able to warp, but then again, like oh jeez, freaking Shaman's on us again. Get out of here. Reina, you need to do some rune crafting. Head out and go on. You don't have to stay here the whole time. Reina has been almost here for as long as we have been, so kudos to you for... I'm painting. Okay. You are excused. West Arty seems like an interesting place to start. Let's take a look at West Arty. So if we started with that, and say we had access to here, not here, and not here. Yeah, that's literally nothing. But it isn't. Because there's... Okay, that's weird. I think we need to do a sandbox reset. Hold on. Let's try this again. Oh, okay, hold on. We need to manually add hold on. Plague City quest. Yeah, we'd have to add a lot of manual things for that to work, and I think there is already a Plague Chunker. And plus, you'd have access to the Underground Pass, which would be just an awful time. Like, could you imagine having to do... Ugh. It would be an interesting chunk, but it would be rough. Now, the Urania altar, we had already actually considered. What about, like, this? That might make for an interesting chunk. Rune weapons for the rune simmy, cooked meat, farming patch, wind strike. We would need 57 wood cutting for a walk a canoe. We would need rune scimitars, Zamarok robes and capes, full helms, curved bone and long bone from the giants that are up here. That might not be a terrible... That might be interesting. But then that rules out Castle Wars. You'd literally just have the Castle Wars bank and wouldn't be able to go into Castle Wars. That would be depressing. Plus, you're really close to Yanil there. Which, do you want to be that close to Yanil? Yanil's such a rough one. Especially with no access to... Hold on 1 second, hold on. This has Hand in the Sand. What do we need for that? We need 5. Port Sarim and Trana, Brimhaven, East Yanil, West Yanil. But you can't get to any of those other parts without connectors. If you had Hand in the Sand, you could access the rune shop in the Wizards Guild, and that whole chunk would be good. Charred Island. You get access to a small, manageable dungeon. Charred Island. Rock crabs, stingrays, there's red salamanders, some rocks, rope, seaweed. There's a bank chest space. I think this requires... Yeah, 70 construction, magic stone, copronical, and adamantite bars in order to unlock... That would be... Yeah, assume Pandemonium, complete the quest. Okay, so immediately 60 sailing to dock at Charred Island. Which is a little bit high. It's not impossible. And what kind of connected areas? The Charred Dungeon. I don't know anything about the Charred Dungeon. But if we had a Pandemonium start, oh geez, I reset everything, including our markers. Hold up. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Bonk, bonk. Where is it? Where is it? Where's our... there it is. Shipyard. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Where was our 4th location? Do you remember? There's that start, that start, that start. Oh, yes. Auburnvale. Like that. I think really those are the only 4 locations that could realistically work with a multiplayer chunk account that wouldn't also be like What about Fossil Island? Would a Fossil Island start work? Just start right in the middle. Only one chunk. Fossil Island start. Access to that. Disable access there. Disable access there. What would a Fossil Island... Yeah, Bon Voyage. So that would be nothing. Let's keep expanding our area. Let's go up to here. 70 agility. What would be our agility method? Underwater agility and thieving. Oh gosh. That would actually make use of the underwater agility course? That's kind of icky. Oh my goodness. Yeah, 100 kudos won't be great. We'd have to find out what's the best way of getting 100 kudos with the smallest amount of XP. Gnome gliders. Low requirement to access flying carpets could be a thing too. Just getting there is icky with kudos. Kudos is a lot of quests, but it could also be... you can get a lot of kudos from the basement event and also dig site, which are two very easy quests to do. Let's actually just look up kudos really quick. So you need 100. 100. Those give 1 each. Unclean finds, that's 50. So you get 50 kudos immediately after completing the dig site quest. The natural history quiz gives 28 kudos as well. Oh, your cat's big. Oh, no, that's Evil Bob. Raina, Evil Bob's at your feet. Come back from painting. You have an Evil Bob on you. There you go. Ferox Chomp of horrible grinds around it, but with multiple people it would be better. Yeah, but the problem is the Enclave itself would require... What other chunk tax would you get with all Fossil Island chunks unlocked? We'll look it up. Let me just look at this quickly. So those are each 5 as well. Hold on. So we can get 50 from there. 60, 78 from there. Relic salvaging is 1 each, so we won't be able to do that. But if we do some really basic quests, like, I mean, we'd already want to do rune mysteries. So that's 5 more we don't have to worry about. So that's 50, 70. That's 83. Then we need 4 more quests, basically, of these. Demon Slayer, super easy. Shield of Erev, pretty damn easy too. Priest in Peril, Temple of Ikov, Grand Tree. We'd have to pick. Basically, it would be a little bit rougher after that, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. 83 with Rune Mysteries. Yeah, because there's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Quiz, 60, 70, 80. 83 with Rune Mysteries. That's 88 with Demon Slayer, because Demon Slayer is super simple and is like a not inconsequential. Hazeal Cult is pretty inconsequential too. And that is... You have to defeat a level 13 if you take Cyril's side, which you wouldn't. So that's 88, 90... Yeah, so just 2 more little quests. Merlin's Crystal, maybe? You do have to defeat a level 39 Sir Mordred. Grand Tree is not half bad. The trick is to get as low of stats as possible. Right? So which of these quests, because like the fossil displays, that's only after you finish Bon Voyage. So we're stuck with ancient relics in the ruins of Camdozel below Ice Mountain, which is 5 points total, but like, yeah, we'd need to go here. We'd need to do quests. So Demon Slayer, Rune Mysteries. The Shield of Arav is fairly nothing as well. Making History. I'd say maybe Priest in Peril. I think those 5 quests would get us over. Right? Making History brings us... Yeah, Making History. Requirements, Priest in Peril and the Restless Ghost. So we would need to do Priest in Peril, we wouldn't need to do the Restless Ghost. But then we could do Making History, and it would give... Like, there's no other requirements. Ironman concerns... Oh, you need a Sapphire Amulet Unstrung. That would be our main linchpin there, is an unstrung Sapphire Amulet. If you pick Shield of Arav, one of the 3 members needs to be snubbed by the other 2. Yep, no, that is fair. I mean, would that mean Mauritania chunks are game in the future, or would you need to retroactively unlock the chunks needed for the quest? That would mean that they were in the game. I think that would, like, that is what would be required. You can drop trick the certificate to complete the quest. Okay, so there is apparently a way of doing something like that. Either way, Fossil Island. Let's just see if it's a valid method. First, come on, unfull screen. Let's continue with Fossil Island unlocks. So say we unlock all of Fossil Island. What is there involved in completing Fossil Island? I know there's quite a bit. 74 agility to use the Fossil Island zipline shortcut. With the methods of training, just the underwater agility and thieving. That would be a longer one. But if one person was dedicated to the thieving and agility, they could split up the other tasks. 91 cooking for a manta ray. That's a pretty big one too. 90 mining for a size 9 shooting star using an iron pickaxe. Why you wouldn't have access to the volcanic mine, I don't know. Why? Oh, because you need more kudos. And we don't have the kudos shop unlocked to cash in the fossils, so we can't get more kudos for the volcanic mine. So that's a bit of a problem. And then there's a bunch of different tasks for the Fossil Island. You'd have the steel ring, you'd have all these notes that you'd have to get, the merfolk trident. You would have, it says volcanic mine, dragon pickaxe broken. Maybe you can get access somehow? 90 mining would be brutal. Yeah, well, you can get the broken pickaxe from there. But how do you fix the broken pickaxe? Don't you need to go somewhere to get the broken pickaxe needs to be fixed? Does it not? Water container, mine access. 50 mining and 30 numulite per volcanic mine game. Yeah, I don't think there's an additional kudos requirement for volcanic mine. Come on. No. Dragon. Let's look at Dragon Pickaxe Broken for a second. It can be repaired by speaking to Nermoth for 2.5 million coins. It's in the 1 in 100 ore packs. So that would be possible. And then whoever gets that pickaxe would basically be absolutely required to... Repairable in the Dwarven Mine. Is it really repairable in the Dwarven Mine? No, it's repairable from the guy right here for 2.5 million, but we would need that. We couldn't go to the Dwarven Mine. Wait, or is it Nermoff? Wait, hold on. Nermoff in the Dwarven Mine. Yeah, that's way in the middle of nowhere. Okay. That's not that guy. So yeah, we don't have access to the Dragon Pickaxe. We could get the Dragon Pickaxe drop, but then we'd have a broken pickaxe and have to get 90 mining using an iron pickaxe. So I think it's safe to say this area, as interesting as it might be, is a little bit out of reach. Well, we've passed 2,000 kills now. We've actually passed it. We've jumped right over the 2,000 warrior kill. We were so entrenched in the possibilities of different starting chunks that yeah, we passed right over it. We're at 2002, coming up on 2003 kills now. Mostly Harmless might be fun. Harmony might be fun, but I looked into those, and those are some rough chunks as well earlier on. And Nowhere in the Desert seems probable. And there's so many nasty things like the Calphite layer. Like, we wouldn't want to have to grind out the Calphite equipment by flinching it with iron knives and stuff. So that being said, I think we've got our 4 possibilities here. I'll bring that up with the guys, and we'll see. KQ is a cancerous grind even in proper gear. Yeah, Calphite Queen is gross. None of these areas would get us anywhere close to the Calphite Queen. Like, there are some cool grinds that do exist. The Serachnus grind would be kind of fun, right? That's not a cancerous grind, especially with 4 people there. You could probably kick Serachnus to death with 4 people. Right? You could kick Serachnus to death with 4 people. Unfortunately, yeah, you have, let's see, you have Doom, you have freaking Colosseum, you have Moons of Peril, you have a lot of potential heavy gear upgrades with a few quests in this area. So this zone, like Varlamore, would be a fine start. Same with the sailing. Like, that could unlock so many cool directions and things with just those 3 chunks. Just those 3 chunks could do wonders. It would be super, super interesting. Like, I've got to bring this up with everyone, because we were thinking, oh, we go Port Sarim or something like that. No. No. This is an interesting thought. I like this. This is kind of interesting. Snakeskin, Adamant Mace, U Shields, Addy Plate Legs, Tyrus Helm, Rune Daggers. Like, this is kind of interesting. Even with the 55 sailing recruit here, that might still be pretty doable with the salvage. You might have to trim sails in this tiny little area up to salvage. But it might work. From Harzlek, boo? What's boo? What's boo for? Harzlek, what's boo? Why are you booing? Are you booing because... Why are you booing? Hi, Harzlek. Yeah, we've been brainstorming here. We are gonna... Oh, no, it's because you just caught the stream and we're ending. I see. Well, that's actually really good, because I'm going to immediately go into the chat and talk to all of you. I say boo as in hello. Oh, I see. I see boo. Ah, scared. Yeah, getcha. yeah, well, I'll be, I'm gonna probably head to the chunk chat immediately after this. So if anyone wants to join for further conversation, you're more than welcome to join and listen in, I guess. That's not a problem if you have access to the Chunk Discord. And if not, then, I mean, surprise, we're gonna figure something else out. But yeah, Harzlek, we got some talking to do. We've been can't see map. Well, that's good. We're not seeing map anymore. We're gonna be heading out soon. Abandoned. Yep. Sorry, Reina. A Pando Chunk series just started yesterday. Yes, but it wasn't a Pando Chunk with... Okay, yeah, no, we're going back to the map. It wasn't a Pandemonium Chunk with the salvaging station to the east, and also 3 people working on the same thing all at once. So, like, there's gonna be a big difference in what that would be. But yeah, no, there's several options here. I'll talk to everyone about those options later on. And we're gonna, like, we're almost at 6 hours, so we're gonna close before 6 hours hits, or else I'm gonna be sad. We're gonna kill this one last warrior. It's been 6 hour stream already, and, you know, I gotta eat. I gotta do some things. I had a carrot. I had some water, but... yeah. And again, stream times are changing. Not times specifically. We'll probably have a poll on stream times specifically. Because if afternoons like this time, starting at this time, works better for everyone, then that might be what ends up happening later on. I'll likely poll it at the end of the next video, which will be in hopefully 11 or 12 days. So yeah, thank you so much everyone for coming by. I appreciate the time we've spent together here. I do need to go though. I'm sorry. We gotta quit soon. So thank you, and then thank you all for all the donations today as well. That was fantastic. That was unreal. The amount of gifted subs that we all had, that was crazy. That's the first time that's ever happened, and like that was super cool. So thank you, and we'll see you in the next stream on Monday. Okay. Toodles.